2026. We're about to begin the proceedings. Please put your hands together for your host, Mugdha Kalra.
A very warm welcome and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, industry leaders, policymakers, founders, innovators, and change makers. Welcome to the Future of Work Summit 2026, presented by Network18 and Indiqube. As we gather here today, work has transcended the physical space. It is a fluid ecosystem being redesigned. It is talent being reimagined. It is technology fundamentally reshaping the DNA of leadership and collaboration. And there could be no better city other than Bengaluru to host this dialogue. A city that hasn't just participated in India's innovation journey, but has actively authored it as well. As we stand at the intersection of what is now and what is going to be next, over the next few hours, our endeavor is to map the seismic intersections of AI, sustainability, reimagining what it means to lead and thrive in a rapidly shifting world around us. Thank you all for joining us once again. We are delighted to have you here. And now I'd like to invite on stage Chandra R. Srikanth, Executive Editor, Technology and Startups, Moneycontrol, to deliver the welcome address. Chandra.
Good evening, everyone. It's so nice to see a full house on a Tuesday evening, but we don't expect anything less from Bengaluru. So a huge round of applause to kick off the proceedings. A very warm welcome to all our distinguished guests, industry leaders, policymakers, entrepreneurs, innovators, and partners joining us here today. On behalf of Network18, it is my pleasure to welcome you all to the Future of Work Summit 2026. Now, at Network18, we have always believed that great conversations shape great change. As one of India's leading media networks, our role goes beyond reporting headlines. We aim to create platforms that bring together ideas, leadership, and action around the issues that define our times. And few conversations today are as urgent, relevant, and transformative as the future of work. Personally, it's a question that I ask myself every day because there is some new AI tool, some new startup coming up that's threatening to disrupt jobs. Across the world, we are witnessing a profound shift in how we work, where we work, and what work itself means. Technology is transforming industries, artificial intelligence is redefining productivity, and workplaces are becoming more human-centric, flexible, and purpose-driven than ever before. Now, for businesses, this is not just a moment of disruption, it is a moment of reinvention. Hence, Network18 is proud to have partnered with Indiqube for this summit. As you all know, Indiqube has been at the forefront of reimagining modern workspaces and enabling businesses to thrive in a rapidly changing environment. Together, we share a common vision to create meaningful dialogue around the forces shaping the next era of work. So today's summit brings together some of the sharpest minds from government, technology, industry, real estate, wellness, and policy to explore the opportunities and challenges ahead, from employability and AI to geopolitics, sustainability, innovation, and well-being. May I add that we are especially proud to host this conversation in Namma Bengaluru, a city that has long symbolized India's entrepreneurial spirit, technological excellence, and global ambition. If the future of work had a capital, it would be right here. I'd also like to thank all our esteemed speakers, delegates, partners, and attendees for being with us and for contributing your time, ideas, and energy to this important platform. We certainly hope this evening sparks fresh thinking, valuable collaboration, actionable insights that each of us can take back into our organizations and communities. With that, thank you once again for joining us. Let's begin what promises to be an inspiring and future-focused evening. Thank you.
Wonderful, Chandra, for that perfect context setting. Let's now turn our attention to an AV that captures the essence of future of work.
For most of history, work had an address, a building, a fixed hour you arrived at, a fixed hour when you left. But then the world changed. The very definition of work was being rewritten, and with it came new demands. Today, India is poised to become a $5 trillion economy. More than 2,900 GCCs call India their home and power global innovation.
Working with Indiqube has been a great experience because otherwise we would have had to involve a lot of consultants, different people, design, architect, everything. But for us, they became just one-stop shop where we've been able to build an office which I would say is according to global standards, global design, global philosophies. They brought in all those elements.
India is the world's third largest startup ecosystem.
At Myntra, we're really passionate about our passion. That's what sets us apart from all of our competitors. So this wonderful workspace that has been specifically designed for Myntra by Indiqube reinforces that at every step, right from the aesthetics, across every floor, even the meeting rooms. Everything just screams passion at every step.
Where millions of youngsters join the workforce who carry new aspirations.
I think Indiqube was great support, not just in terms of the building space, but overall in terms of how they've designed the whole space according to our needs.
And that's why Network18 and Indiqube came together to curate a thought leadership platform to shape the next era of work.
On the similar lines, expanding a service, expanding a cities, deeper integration in the existing market, and working on a technology.
For us, from the beginning, the employee is the hero of the story, the employee delight. So anything and everything that we do, we always
that adds to that.
Yes,
element.
is it improving the outcome for my customer's employee? The second is the ease of doing business.
Today, an office is an active hub built around intelligence and flexibility. It's at the heart of an India pulsing with energy, restless founders, seasoned business leaders and dynamic teams who are writing a new chapter in productivity, culture and innovation. Welcome to the future of work.
A big round of applause for that journey of future of work and how we are bringing so many voices together. And ladies and gentlemen, if there is one company that is truly helping shape what modern India looks like, how does it work, it is Indiqube. At a time when organizations are rethinking not just where people work, but how many teams collaborate, how culture is being built, and how productivity and creativity is being enabled, the role of workspaces has never been more strategic. Our next speaker has been at the forefront of this transformation, building environments designed for agility, resilience, growth, and evolving needs of a modern workspace. Please join me in welcoming Rishi, CEO and co-founder Indiqube, for the opening address on the future of work, where work, workforce, and workspaces converge.
A very good evening to all of you, and Honorary Deputy CM of Karnataka, Dr. Shivakumar ji, Member of Parliament, Shri Shashank Mani Tripathi ji, distinguished policy makers, fellow founders, industry leaders, valued Indiqube clients, members of media, ladies and gentlemen. It is my privilege to welcome all of you to the Future of Work Summit. When we speak about the future of work, it often sounds like something distant. But the truth is that every person in this room has lived through one version of it already. A decade ago, work had a familiar rhythm. The office was the center of our professional lives. We traveled to work, met colleagues across tables, walked into meeting rooms, built relationships in corridors, and absorb culture through everyday interactions. Work was not only what we did, it was where we went. Then almost overnight, the definition changed. Work entered our homes. Dining tables became desks. Bedrooms became meeting rooms. Children, pets, doorbells, power cuts, and internet issues became part of our workday vocabulary. What started as a crisis response to a pandemic became one of the largest workplace experiments in history. And the experiment changed everything, something fundamentally. It changed how employees viewed flexibility, how companies viewed productivity, how leaders viewed trust, and how all of us viewed the role of office. From work from home, we moved into hybrid work, and with that came a new set of questions. How often should teams come together? What kind of work truly needs the office? What can be done from anywhere? And how do we build a culture when people are not always physically together? How do we measure performance when presence and productivity are no longer the same thing? At the same time, the conversation around talent also began to shift. We heard conversations around moonlighting, where employees explore multiple opportunities and organizations question loyalty. Today, in a more uncertain environment, the conversation has moved to job hugging. That's a new term, even for me 6 months back, where people are holding on to jobs more carefully, but they are basically, in a way, not connected. The relationship between employer and employee is being redefined. And now another powerful force has entered the room, artificial intelligence, as all we know. For years, technology built the platforms, enabled digital transformations, and helped India strengthen its position in the global economy. These roles seemed almost invincible at one point of time. Today, many of these roles are being reimagined by AI. In just a few years, we have moved away from asking whether people can work from home to asking whether AI can replace them at work. And that is the speed of change we are dealing with. And all this has happened in the last 5 years itself. Along with this, if you look at the geopolitical environment, the macroeconomic uncertainties have influenced how companies work, think about location, supply chain, risk, talent, long-term growth. So when we discuss the future of work, we are not only discussing offices, we are discussing the future of enterprises, the future of talent, future of our cities, future of technology, and in many ways, the future of India's economic ambition. The last few years has taught us one important lesson. The future rarely arrives in a straight line. It is through disruption, through discomfort, through questions we are not always ready to answer. And often it arrives much faster than we expect. And this brings us to the next decade, that what will work look like in 2035? Will AI create more opportunity than it disrupt? Today already we are seeing, if you look at a lot of jobs we have in Bangalore, the delivery boys jobs and all that, or a driver from Bihar coming and being able to drive in Bangalore, it would not have been possible if technology would not have been there. So while we are talking about a lot of white-collar job disruption, there is an equal side of a lot of jobs will get created in the future. Will the offices become smarter, smaller, and more distributed? We all know the era of big fat campuses, which companies were having. I always say that my generation went where work was. But today, work is going where people are. So we are likely to see a lot more distributed, uniform presence of talent across the country. Will employees come to office for attendance, or will they come for experience, collaboration, learning, and culture? Will India's next phase of growth be led by our largest metros, or will the heart of Bharat become equally central to the workplace story? The honest answer is no one knows this with certainty. But perhaps the real question is not whether we can predict the future perfectly. I think the real question is whether we can design organizations, the workplaces, and ecosystems that help people do their best work in the world that is changing faster than ever. And that is where the convergence of work, workforce, and workplaces become very, very important. And for us at Indiqube, this convergence is very close to home. When Meghna and I sat down years ago to envision what would eventually become Indiqube, we were trying to solve the real gap in the market. Enterprises needed workspaces that were accessible, affordable, and they were consistent. Beyond the tech parks, if you look at Bangalore, or you look at UB City kind of buildings 10 years back, you hardly found any consistent experience buildings over there. So I'm talking about a decade from where we are today. They needed space, they needed flexibility, they needed reliability. More than anything, they needed a platform where the employee experience was the center of the story. Because the workplace is not just real estate. It is where the ideas are born, where teams are built, the culture comes alive, where people find belonging, ambition, and purpose. Over the years, we had the privilege of building a workspace platform that manages close to 10 million square feet of office space across 17 cities. From traditional Indian enterprises to new age startups, we have over 40 unicorns and 300 plus GCCs. And from budding businesses to some of the largest Fortune 50 companies, we have stayed to our vision of creating workspaces for everyone. That has been the mantra, that if it's a women-led startup with even 5 employees, we should be as welcoming to them as we are to a GCC. So workspaces for everyone, and that is where you see in Bangalore, we are not married to just a big tech park kind of a thing. We have lots of buildings in the heart of startup like Koramangala or HSR, which cater to a lot of fledgling startups over there. In that journey, our goal has not been only to create office spaces, it has been to take quality workspaces closer to businesses, closer to talent, and closer to the heart of Bharat. By 17 city presence, I must say that we are a lot more closer to Bharat than we were, say, 3 years back. And today we see Indiqube as an enabler of this India movement. As we all know, India has one of the youngest workforce in the world. We have deep technology talent. Global companies are expanding their presence. Founders are building not just for India, but for the world. Our cities are rapidly evolving. All that is happening. But to fully capture the opportunity, we need to think ahead. And India should not be only seen as a talent destination. India should become a workplace innovation destination. To give you data, as Chandra mentioned, that Bangalore today absorbs maximum real estate in the world as a city. To give you data, between 2013 and 18, a city like Shanghai absorbed 28 million square feet of space. Bangalore absorbed 55 million. Comparable data, Singapore is 2 million. Bangalore absorbs 20 million square feet of space on an average annually for the last 2-3 years. So clearly the 1.0 of workspaces is going to come out of India. I don't think we are going to copy a Western model basically, and it will be all imagine built over here. And that's why the today's summit matters, because this evening is not just about discussing trends, it's about asking questions that what will shape the next decade, how will AI change the workforce, what will be the impact of geopolitics on jobs. Today, the changing geopolitics, the amount of FTA India is signing, I think they will have a very, very profound impact. And we have a session on that to talk more about that in detail, and then the whole macroeconomic environment. How will enterprises build resilient organizations? How will cities compete for talent and investment? Today we are seeing a lot of healthy competition among states, which is a very good thing happening. And how will workspaces evolve from physical infrastructure into experience-led platforms? And how can India lead this transformation, not follow it? The last decade changed how we look at work. The next decade will change it even more. My hope is that today's summit helps us leave with sharper questions, better perspectives, and a clear sense of what we need to prepare for. Because the future of work will not be shaped by technology alone. It will be shaped by leaders, enterprises, policymakers, founders, and investors, and the people in this room who are willing to think ahead and build with intent. Welcome to the future of work. Thank you.
Thank you, Rishi. Thank you so much. Well, the future belongs not to isolated ideas, but to integrated ecosystems. And we've been talking about that and productivity, creativity, and growth. And along with that, the workforce is also demanding culture, belonging, sustainability. And it's so good to see that companies like Indiqube are leading from the front and making that happen. Well, today is not just about people who are going to come on stage and speak to us from there. It's also about your voices. And I'm very glad to do this at the very outset so that we can set perhaps the mood for the evening and also get to know from you what is it that you would want to hear from us. Chandra is right here and she is going to be coming to you And asking you, what do you believe is the future of work?
Great. Thank you so much for that. We're waiting to hear from the Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka in just minutes from now. But while he gets ready to come up on stage, I'm just going to go to some voices in the room to get your own perspective on the future of work. I'm going to start with the gentleman here. Good evening, sir. Welcome to our summit. So what excites you about the future of work? What scares you? Are you glad that you don't have to work anymore? That's the first question.
I'm retired, actually.
So does that make you happy that you don't have to worry about artificial intelligence? Is it going to take away jobs? Okay, great. Kevalya from Zepto is here. How many Zepto users in the house? Okay, that's a lot. How are things, KB?
Not as many as I would have liked. Yeah.
Okay.
All good. Yeah, all good. Happy to be here.
Gearing up for IPO?
Yes.
Okay, great. We have some more speakers here. Sir, tell us about what you make of the future of work. How is it going to change life for members of parliament, AI?
I think it's one of the most important political agendas because we have millions of people coming into the workforce every year, and making sure that they get meaningful employment is a key concern of our government as well as I think every politician. So in my constituency, I'm doing utmost to make sure that from agriculture to service to manufacturing, we provide ample opportunities. And this is where government has to become an enabler. हमें जामबंद बनना पड़ेगा ताकि citizen वाले हनुमान को आगे बढ़ा सके.
Wow, very nice. Okay, Anil here from Exfino. So in terms of, how things have changed for you, more jobs, less jobs in the market, what do you have to say to people here?
No, I'm certainly expecting that new jobs will be created. However, we're not very good at looking at what new jobs will get created. We are always worried about how many jobs are going away. So always trying to seek answers to that. And one question I have, which I hope I can get resolved here, is what do we tell new grads?
What do you?
Tell new grads.
What do you tell new grads? Any new graduates here? Okay, not many freshers. So maybe you all can go and tell new graduates if you all are talking to them anytime soon. Lohit, how are things?
Good.
Can't complain.
No, why would you complain? I think for all this while we thought that there's technology which is surrounding humans. I think now we're looking at humans surrounding technology. So it's just a matter of perspective how you're looking at it. Tomorrow is nothing but another today, just one day out.
I see it's made you very philosophical.
No, that could be because you asked the question.
Okay. And we have the IT secretary in the house, Miss Manjula. A huge round of applause for her, Karnataka's new IT secretary. Ma'am, you are sort of continuing a long tradition of very strong women bureaucrats in Karnataka. You had Ekrup Kaur as the former IT secretary, Gunjan Krishna as industry secretary, and you're in the hot seat. What excites you about being IT secretary of the Silicon Valley of India, so to speak?
Definitely, it's an exciting position to be in. Of course, India, Bengaluru and Karnataka has been the leader in the IT sector in the last 3 decades. So it's all the more responsibility and all the more tough being here because you have to, again, you can't let it go. You have to work hard and strive and see how you can still retain the position. And you see kind of intense competition that is there now amongst the states of India also. So it's a good competition to be in, but at the same time, it's hard work also. So
good competition, especially from the newly formed states in South India.
Yeah, emerging, hubs across the country, not only southern states, but everywhere else also. A lot of other states are also doing also.
We're going to get some more voices here. Who wants to weigh in? Yes, please.
Hi, my name is Vinay Javkal. I run an IT India sports company. So the question is, why do you need to be worried about AI? Because sometime back in Canada, there was a term called Nale Ba. So that is for a devil which comes and hits your door at midnight. So AI is one of the devils, so which you say, come tomorrow, that's it. Something else will replace.
Okay. Anyone else who wants to weigh in? Yes.
Yeah, in terms of whether it will take away the jobs or not, I don't think the youngsters need to worry too much about it. There will be some impact, of course, but acquiring the right skill is the most important thing. In my opinion, what will happen is that all applications will be rebuilt on the AI platform in the coming years. Back in the days, we had character-based systems which were rebuilt on the Windows platform, then onto the browser-based platform, then onto the web, internet-based, then onto the cloud platform. Now the AI has come. So all applications will be built with the AI native. So everybody is just getting adjusted and everything. I think that whole thing about the building the AI native platform will happen. And the youngsters can acquire the right skills so that they can be part of this journey.
Great. So no need to be scared, acquire the right skills. I think we have time for maybe one or two more voices before the minister comes on stage. Okay, I'm going to go in the back. Yes.
Hi, my name is Praveen. I'm from the MSME Empowering Space. Just to answer to the gentleman from Expino, what do you tell the grads, right? I want to tell them that AI is going to be an enabler, and we are waiting for you in the MSME sector. We're creating jobs for you. Come and be a part of the MSME ecosystem. Thanks.
Very nice. Hiring pitch at Future of Work Summit. Okay, any ladies from here? Anyone else who wants to weigh in? Yes.
I think today's developments are mind-blowing. Frankly speaking, we all came from a background where we saw most of the things were written in books. I'm a chartered accountant, by the way. So we used to have long ledgers where we used to write books. Now you put everything in cloud and it turns out the reports in few seconds or few minutes.
But clearing CA is just as hard, right?
Yeah, clearing CA is just hard even today. It's about 10% results. But there is no AI, what you call, it is all brain which has to work better. But the ICA has introduced AI course. They run it for 3 days. And a person like me who qualified in 94 attended it in October and passed that.
Wow. Okay. Anyone else who wants to share their thoughts on the future of work? I think we have time for one more voice. Anyone here? Okay, the lady here. Good evening, ma'am.
Thank you. This is Asha Prakash from HCL Tech, and I have been in global delivery and global L&D head for last 25 years. I think the disruption of AI to be looked at as an opportunity for young grads particularly, because without human intelligence, AI doesn't make any sense. We are the one who are fueling AI. So I think the young grads need not have to worry about the low-end jobs, which is going away, actually. So I think they need to focus on the must-focused jobs.
Great. Thank you. And with that, we welcome the Honorable Deputy CM to our event. Take it away, Mukta.
Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. D.K. Shivakumar, Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka. All right. The future of work belongs to not just isolated ideas, but to integrated ecosystems, and we've been talking about that. And when we discuss India's growth story, one state consistently comes to the front, and that is Karnataka. Driven by infrastructure, investment, manufacturing, and innovation at scale. It is my privilege to once again welcome our chief guest, Dr. D.K. Shivakumar, Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka. May I call him on stage, sir? Namaskaram. And along with him, Network18's DP Satish and co-founders of Indiqube, Rishi Das and Meghna Agrawal to do the felicitations. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Honourable Minister for the keynote address on Innovation Capital, Karnataka's next leap. Joining him, CNN News 18's Harish Upadhyay.
So thank you for joining us today. Over the last 4 to 5 decades, we've managed to capture the PSU boom that happened. We've managed to capture the IT boom that happened. Now the question is Bangalore and Karnataka ready for the next leg? Is Karnataka and Bangalore ready for the next leg to ensure that this becomes the hub of future when we talk about future of work?
Good evening to all of you. Sorry, I'm a little bit late, I think. 5 o'clock was my time. I just had some other engagements. Thanks for the networks team. Your subject is the important issue has to be discussed, the future of the work. We are in a city. I think recently myself, our principal secretary, we were in Delhi to meet the consulates, ambassadors, diplomats in Delhi. We are inviting them for the Bangalore Tech Summit, which will be held in November. That's Tech Summit, about more than 100 and odd diplomats and all the leaders of various ambassadors, officers came to on the invitation. I said them one thing. I was also part of the Bangalore growth at the time of S.M. Krishna. I was the urban development minister then. Then all this, when we came out with a new IT policy in those days, Atal Bihari Vajpayee had come to Bangalore to lay the foundation of the existing airport, which you all have arrived, a lot of you people have arrived. At that point of time, so there was a big discussion, then within 3-4 months, 5 premiers, China Prime Minister, Poland Prime Minister, Japan Prime Minister, like this, world leaders had come to Bangalore. He stated one point, one message he gave to country and Bangalore. There was a time when the world leaders used to come to Delhi, then they used to opt to go to Calcutta, Mumbai, Bangalore, Chennai, Hyderabad, Pune, or anywhere. Now the situation has gone. Now the situation has come that all these world leaders, I'm telling you this not today. You can go to your record, take out from the library of your channels. He said that the world leaders are first coming to Bangalore, then they are seeing Delhi. This is the statement of Atal Bihari Vajpayee. Why I'm telling you is this is the city of future. This is what Mr. Narendra Modi, when he came on this yellow line inauguration to Bangalore, this where the IT corridor, electronic city, he said that this is the future. So the entire world is looking India through Bangalore. This is what I've cleared. Whatever policies you take for the future of this country, future of the world. As I also said one thing, in California you have 16 lakh, this 1.6 million IT professionals working there. Now you are in Bangalore has 22.6 million, that is 26 lakhs IT professionals working here. The largest space, I think this is the 6th city in the world, which has the largest space of IT professionals working, space which has been adopted, which various international organization has come out with that. So this is the city of future. Whatever policies we came out, it is not only IT, not only BT, the health, the startups, whatever you tell, we have taken a lead in it. So that is why you also decided to do this in Bangalore. Just now, you could have done this in Delhi, you could have done it in another place. The talent what Bangalore has, the human resources what Bangalore has, the weather what Bangalore has, no other city in this country has. I was there in Davos about 2-3 months back. The number of visitors try to meet us, exchange, know about. Now there's a big challenge, as rightly when I entered the point, I could see that about the artificial intelligence.
Yes.
This is the big challenge before all of us. And even international leaders, IT professionals are looking at. Now, I had a meeting with some big IT giants of this world, meeting me from Taiwan, from different part of the world. They were telling, even Europeans were telling me. I said, even Maharashtra CM was there, Andhra CM was there, Telangana CM was there, and Assam, so many CMs were there. I asked, why are you not going to Delhi? Why are you not going to Mumbai? Why are you not going to other? They said us one thing. Yes, we can't match any other place. In Mumbai, it is $3.5, the rent of a space, for a working space, is $3.5. We can't sustain. As far as Bangalore is concerned, we can manage within $1. That was the answer. And what the talent hub they have, they could see in Bangalore. I think we have about 252 engineering colleges. What the number of engineers what we produce, the IT professionals we produce. See, you could see, I think last week we had a big meeting on this single window agency and the work constitutions which has to be given. The number of players coming on the MROs, making this airport, renovating all the machines, whatever the engines, repairs. I think more than 8 companies have come forward to Bangalore. So they feel that this is the same place for destination which they can grow themselves. It is not only they are making Bangalore grow, they are making themselves grow. They feel that it is confident. Whatever the political differences we may have between the national and the state government, we never fight with each other, we never compete with each other. I am not competing with any other state, though I may be a deputy CM here, be a minister for Bangalore, looking after ladies. I am not competing any part of the country here. We look at globally. That is what our basic culture, coming from a political party which has a big history. The country's history lies with our party's history. So we all are working together. So we know the future of this AI. This will cut lot of jobs. More than I foresee, even I am also an educationist by choice. I could also see that definitely there will be 50% of jobs cut in Bangalore and different part of the country. But still, Bangalore has a very big space as a future. That is what all the world leaders, you just go to this iPhone manufacturing. I was just discussing with the chairman who came here. When Trump said that he wanted to impose a lot of taxes on Bangalore, he said, no, whatever may be the taxes, but still we would like to work in India. Better than China, Bangalore is cheaper. That is what, 50,000 people, a woman has been employed here, and all the iPhones have been just getting, working up here. So that is the strength of this city. So the talent pool is very high, the quality. You go to medical, you go to the health services. You have 1,940 doctors, 13,940 doctors. Every year we produce in Karnataka. You show me a state which can produce so much number of engineers and doctors in one state, like a country. India, Karnataka itself like a country. So this is the state, this is city of future which you are thinking, which I am thinking, and the world and country is thinking.
No questions about talent, but as Chandra mentioned in her opening remark, how people work, where people work is changing. It's changed rapidly over the next 10 years or so. You mentioned about AI. Karnataka government has been talking about an AI city near Bidadi. What's the plan for that?
See, I think 30th, day after tomorrow. Subject is coming before the cabinet. We have identified south of Bangalore. The next airport will be in south of Bangalore. That is what we have decided. It is in the global, it is in the Greater Bangalore Authority. 9,000 acres we have identified. We have already started, people have started discussing with us. A lot of international leaders have started discussing with us. We are coming out with a city in one place where we create a lot of facilities from Bangalore. Within 30 minutes you can reach there, because traffic is very much important. A lot of facilities, good weather is there. We'll create good roads. Nice road is there. Bangalore-Mysore road within Kanakpura and Mysore road within the city is Biddi is there. So we are creating a new city which will have residents, commercial and all parts of the city. We want to plan for a AI city especially, so that we could see that now in this IT, BT, it has gone around the entire city itself. It is not in a position like California in one place. It has been in the different part, in the northern Bangalore, in the eastern Bangalore, in the electronic city, in Sarjapur, a lot of things in the central part of the city. We could see the IT being this one. But as far as IA is concerned, we wanted to see that in one place. We'll give them good facilities. We know that we have to give them power, we have to give them water, all these things, we have to maintain greenery, all these issues are there. Already we are planning for it. I think we'll be through within the next 15 days.
So every time we talk about Bangalore and Bangalore's growth story, one concern and perhaps criticism is about resources. Whether we have enough drinking water, about the solid waste management, this has already been an issue in parts of Bengaluru, especially the IT corridor. How does the government tackle it when they expand the city further?
See, I said to you the population earlier was 70 lakhs. Now it is 1.4 crores. You have 1.3 crore vehicles here. From 70 lakhs, it has come to 1 crore, because all over the country, all section of the society is coming to Bangalore, and it is thickly populated. That is why we wanted to move out of that. So Karnataka is not a small state. It is the second largest tax-paying state to the country kitty. And all the international exporters of the IT people are helping the central government. The highest number of GST collection after Maharashtra is Karnataka. Financially, there is not much. Though we gave a big, because the prices were going very high, the common man has to lead. We gave them 5 guarantees. But still, we have a budget of 4.5 lakh crore. This is our budget. Financially, Karnataka is capable of handling all this type of issue. And still our, whatever the loan debt, I think we are not crossed more than 3 per 3. It is 2.95 is the whatever is there compared to the other part of the country. So Karnataka is very sound as far as financial center is concerned.
At the same time, sir, a big challenge for anybody who becomes Bangalore Development Minister is the constant criticism about infrastructure and roads. It's happened with the earlier government. You've seen it over the last 3 years. As you expand the city, how would you fix these issues? You've spoken about tunnel road, you've spoken about expanding metros.
See, I think criticism come. We have to digest this. There's no option for it. I've been in Delhi, I've been to Mumbai, I've been in Chennai recently for the election and different part of the... There is same traffic problem all over the country. It is not. As far as water is concerned, see, other cities are being well equipped with river, sea and a lot of things. But as far as Bangalore is concerned, we had to bring only from Kaveri. But God willingly, we had good rains, and now also, as soon as I took over as the irrigation minister, I knew that what will be the problem. We have taken a lot of initiatives, and even the 6th stage, we already started. Now I think there is no problem as far as water is concerned. Even the 110 villages which we expanded Bangalore, as a sufficient water, we are sound, and our water table is very high. That is why we are moving the AICT to the south itself, which is near to the Kaveri River, and we have all these sanctions. Whatever we had, we have covered it, and there will be no problem. So criticism come where you are more strong, there will be enemies, there will be criticism. If you are weak, no one will speak about you. That is the strength of any city. So as far as Bangalore is concerned, we do not, that is why, okay, if there are not good infrastructure, if there is a problem of solid waste management, if there is still why people are coming to us. Why they are coming and doing business here? Let them go to the city which they like. But they can't match the weather, the talent, the culture and whatever you want. That is why you always see this hotel. This is a hotel with a 5-star hotel last 100 years without a lift. in the heart of the city. Can you see any place in the heart of a city like a 5-star hotel like this? That is the strength of Bangalore. That is the history which has been created in Bangalore. That is not me or this government or anyone from past days of Maharaja. See, you had a light before the country lit it. In 1903, Karnataka and Bangalore, the street was being lit with power from the Shiv Samudra. Even Mumbai was not lit, in Bombay was not lit with the power. That is what Bangalore was being lit. That is the strength what you have in Bangalore.
But increasingly, one demand that we've seen from across Karnataka is how do we move some of these jobs to tier 2 cities? How do we take some of these jobs in the industries to Mysore, Mangalore and other places?
Of course, this is a big challenge for us. We are going beyond Bangalore. Earlier at the time of Krishna, we just worked out. We tried to shift to Mumbai, Mangalore, we tried to shift to Dharwad, we tried to shift to Mysore. At the time when I was the UD minister, we gave them 300 acres for a campus, only for 3 lakh rupees per acre for the Mysore Infosys campus. To that. Then now they started a training center, a beautiful campus they have built, and I should congratulate them and thank them. They have done a great job. Like that, in Mangalore was a little bit not so successful, though about more than 20 big companies went there. It did not go. Now it has started again. We have come out with a policy beyond Bangalore. We wanted to see that the more population will be avoided to Bangalore from the rural parts, because the talent hub still in the rural parts. So we want to give them a lot of incentives to the rural areas. And these are 2-tier cities, 3-tier cities, we wanted to help them. So we have a program, we have a policies that we can help every section of this. So those who can't afford $1 or 75% of the dollar, they can work with $0.5 in those cities. They can be easily work from them, and I think they will get whatever they want to work on the international standards what they need.
At the same time, we are looking at stiff competition from neighboring states. You have Andhra Pradesh, which wants to promote Vizag and Amravati. We've constantly seen Mr. Nara Lokesh on social media talking about how they have a better ecosystem. We've also seen competition from Hyderabad. How does Karnataka tackle that, sir?
I rightly said I don't want to market Bangalore or compete with any one of them. I am competing globally. I am competing with the different parts of the countries where we have competition with them. I don't want to compete with any of the states. If anyone wants to be happy, let them go there with more incentives. Chandra Babu Naidu may give about 1 rupee per acre incentives. That is, I think, it is his job, and let him do it.
Is that feasible? One rupee per acre?
It is. I don't know what is their calculation, what is that, but Karnataka is different. They can't match Karnataka. They know that. I don't want to discuss much on that. I don't want to criticize them also. We all are neighboring states. Let they also be. More they get better benefit, I think the pressure will come down, will be less on us. So I don't want to comment on them.
But to sum it up, sir, in the next 15, 20 years, where do you want to see Bangalore when we talk about a change scenario?
I'm telling you, we will reach the 2nd or 3rd place in this world. I don't tell no. We will reach. On infrastructure issue, there is a challenge. Of course, there is a challenge. That is why I think in the next couple of months, you will be having 136 kilometers of ring road, which will be called the Bangalore Business Corridor. We are going to complete 336 kilometers of metro line and about 126 kilometers of flyovers. I think in the next cabinet is coming. And we are coming out with a 46 kilometers. Now we have 6 kilometers of double decker. I think on Monday, I'm just on the first time inaugurating that. And we will be adding about 46 kilometers of the double decker connected to that. This infrastructure we are just creating. We know time is money, important. We know the aspiration of people. We know that we don't want people to be on the streets. That is why with lot of criticism with the BJP, they doesn't want the tunnel to be there. What is the alternative? Every square feet in the house, in these roads, which we want to take is more than 20,000 rupees a square feet. We can't acquire at the latest land acquisition for composition. it is not possible. That is why I have decided we have gone to these 2 tunnels, big tunnels from the airport side to this south of Bangalore, one from east to west, north to south. I think we are going ahead with that. I think we will sort out. But it can't be done overnight. It takes nearly 2-3 years. I think I'll be succeeded with that.
Okay, let me end this conversation with a political question, sir. Many people, including some in this room, want to know, as monsoon reaches the state by the end of May or early June, will you reach the Vidhan Sauda before that as the Chief Minister? Will you be the Chief Minister when the monsoon session starts?
See, time will answer for that. We all live on hope. We all live on various aspirations. The people of Karnataka, under my leadership, has given a mandate of 136 members. Let us see. My party will take its decision at the right time, and you will also display whatever the result is there on your screen.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. I know it was a busy day. You've taken out time and you've come here. Thanks a lot, sir.
Thank you. If I bored you, please, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for those powerful insights into Karnataka's next phase of growth and competitiveness, and for all that is in the pipeline that you shared today. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to our next session. The jobs of tomorrow will demand new skills, new systems, and a new way of thinking. We all know that. But how do governments, industries, and institutions prepare for this shift at scale? To explore the future of employability and workforce management, may we have Chandra back on stage, along with her esteemed panelists. Put your hands together for Dr. N. Manjula, Secretary of the Department of Electronics, Transformation, Information Technology, Biotechnology, Science and Technology for the Government of Karnataka, and Lohit Bhatia, CEO, Quess Corp.
Yeah, thanks. That was a hard act to follow. A lot of headlines coming in from the Deputy Chief Minister on the airport as well as AI, and not to mention his own chief ministerial path. But thank you so much, Lohit and Manjula ma'am. In fact, I think this is the first time we are interacting after you took charge as IT Secretary, so congratulations on that. And one thing that the minister said particularly struck me. He said AI, he was very candid when he said, you know, he's an educationist, so AI will have an impact on jobs. In fact, he said it might take away half of Bengaluru's jobs, apart from other cities. If you can give me your perspective as IT Secretary, and Lohit, your own perspective as a CEO of India's biggest staffing company, ma'am.
Thank you, and thank you this News Network18 and also organizers here. Yeah, I think we have heard about this being spoken by the Honorable DCM also. I mean, studies and various reports across mention that there will be a lot of jobs that may be lost. Some estimate to the extent of 50%. But then anyway, time will tell. But generally, the industry leaders have been expressing their opinions in various fora. When you listen to them, definitely there will be a loss of few jobs. At the same time, there will also be a lot of evolution of new jobs, a lot of transition across the across various roles. Probably skills will be valued, reweighted and reviewed, and probably new career pathways will emerge, but definitely there will be a shift. I think government is also kind of gearing up to this. We have also been trying to do our bit in whatever manner possible, since AI is an emerging technology, and I mean it's substantially being already adopted across various in the government sector, even outside. Also, a lot of adoption has happened, but still there's a lot to do. Actually, we are also trying to do through our various initiatives of the government. One thing which I can mention here is that the centers of excellence which we have been organizing. Recently, off late, we have started a center of excellence. One is the recent ones, like one on AI specifically with the IIT Alumni Center, and so on, and also between one with the biotechnology related AI in biotechnology and application of these AI solutions. These are all that we are looking at, because all these centers of excellence look at skilling, innovation, and also research. These are the fundamental. And another thing which we are also looking at is looking at beyond Bengaluru, because a lot of skill and talent being available beyond Bengaluru is another area which we are trying to tap into. So a lot of effort is going on from the government. Apart from this, we also have other initiatives which I think I'll share while we talk. Yeah.
Right. Lohit, what trends are you witnessing? Because as India's largest staffing firm, your fortunes in a sense are dependent on the fortunes of IT companies. And we just did a story last week on how their headcount has shrunk year on year. Like between TCS, Infosys, HCL, the top 5 companies, their headcount has gone down by 8,000 people. They are not hiring like before. How are you making up for that? Are GCCs perhaps, a ray of sunshine amidst this huge disruption that we are seeing in IT?
Yeah, thank you, and glad to be here. I think what is changing is the nature of jobs. And the way we should look at this is that what you were doing yesterday is not what you could do tomorrow. So when our deputy CM here made that comment saying 50% of the jobs, he's talking about as on today when you look at it, 50% of the jobs may not be relevant tomorrow, because a lot of coding work, a lot of entry-level work could definitely get automated, and you would require less number of man hours or men and women per se doing that. But understand another thing, and there was an answer in when he was ending his speech, and he also said there is an opportunity to near skill, upskill and reskill, when he was also talking about himself. So I will take it in the same spirit with any of the candidate. There is a near skill, upskill and reskill opportunity, and then there is some job available which is of the higher order magnitude. So as you spoke about, Chandra, and you're right, India has about 6.1 million IT workforce. A couple of years ago, IT services companies were the biggest contributor to IT workforce. No longer today. So it's enterprise clients who have large IT departments. These could be product companies, these could be even the Zeptos of the world, and you have the speakers from there today itself. So it's a company which has been built on technology, having lots of people, but not typically just doing coding and not just being a services company. The second is GCC, like you rightly said, and your opening video also showed that there are about 2,900. Mind you, of the total number of GCCs which have come in India in the last 30 years, 2/3 have come only from a single country. Only one country in the world. The rest of the world has given only 1/3. Far East has yet not contributed to India's GCC story. Saudi Arabia hasn't yet contributed in a meaningful way. Europe hasn't contributed in a meaningful way. Generation 1 companies haven't come. And India's sweet spot in times to come would be the $100 million company to the $5 billion company. Today, what we've attracted are the multi-billion-dollar companies already. The second point I want to raise is 30 years ago when GCC started coming, and even when IT firms were working for global customers and mandates, we were known for data transactions. A lot of work was data, a lot of work was transactions. From transactions, last 10 years has gone into transformation. So what I mean by transformation is if you were doing something in 10 steps, customers are no longer coming to India and saying, replicate the 10 steps. They are saying, these were the 10 steps we were doing. Can you build it better? So can you reduce the 10 steps to 5? The second leap that India needs to take, and there we need patient capital as well, is when we start going into IP creation. We are not yet there. I think that one leap, along with patient capital, will bring a lot of new jobs. And the last point before I pause on this is, look at the number of net new jobs that will get created. Green energy. data centers. Parliament has recently passed a law on nuclear energy in the public-private partnership. You're looking at data housing in India in a very meaningful way, which has never been done in the past. You're looking at healthcare solutions coming out of India. You're looking at products and IP being built in India. So there is a wave of new work which will also come, which will bring about the change for the future work.
That's interesting. You're saying there's still headroom for global capability centers because we've only sort of seen one part of it. We haven't seen the Far East and Saudi Arabia and all that. Ma'am, as someone looking to attract more and more domestic companies, global companies to invest in Karnataka, increasingly, what is your pitch going to be? Because as my colleague Harish alluded in the previous panel, there is obviously a lot of competition, and we are talking about 1 rupee per acre kind of competition here. At some level, is Karnataka confident that, okay, we have the network effects, all of us might complain about the traffic in the infra, but ultimately people come here?
Like we all know, studies have shown and reports are being written there that we are definitely one of the innovation capital. We are one of the leading innovation hubs in the world. AI-wise also, we are supposed to be the second huge talent, AI talent globally also. I think more than 50% of the AI engineers of the country are in Bangalore. So there's no dearth of capital, but then the way we, and also like just Minister was also mentioning, DCM also was mentioning about the kind of interaction we had with various countries. And even today we had a discussion with the German Chamber of Commerce. There's a lot of interest in, locating or identifying potential investments in Karnataka, especially in Bangalore. There's a lot of talk going on about it, a lot of interest being evinced. Even now you can see the GCCs, like you mentioned. I think in the last 2 years we have added more than 135 GCCs. That is because of the kind of the skill, the kind of capital, talent capital that we have, and also the kind of innovation ecosystem that exists here, and also the avenues that we have across various institutions, research organizations, new technologies, emerging technologies being, a lot of work going on there. So there's a lot of collaboration across industries that is possible that we are seeing. A lot of interest is there. So I think, and apart from that, a lot of interest even in the regions beyond Bangalore also. Like when you compared the prices in Bangalore vis-a-vis other places, definitely Bangalore is the best, but then there are also interest even beyond Bangalore where we see that more than 10 to 15%, the costs are lesser, more than by 10 to 15%, it's lesser outside Bangalore. And also the talent is available in those areas also. And then a lot of good infrastructure, good living conditions exist outside Bangalore also. So I think there's a lot of interest in Karnataka. I think when we are pushing hard, and we have something called as a platform called Global Innovation Alliance, through which we kind of reach out to various other countries and see how we can collaborate between governments to government or institution to institution or even across industry and institutions, and see how we can further nurture our innovation and research and development that is possible, and then we can see how we can scale up mutually, grow together.
Right. Lohit, what kind of trends are you seeing as far as the gig economy is concerned? The government, recently introduced the labor reforms. What kind of a fillip does that give? And, even within quick commerce, we are now seeing category unlocks happen. You have quick services now, a Snapit and a Pronto. Then you have quick baby care delivery and quick this and quick that. So, various categories are opening up within that quick universe. What has that meant for the gig economy? Is it only going to boom going forward? Is it a structural shift?
So first and foremost, I think we must appreciate congratulate everybody in India for the fact that India has leaped and the government felt that it was the right time to accept gig as a form of work, platforms as form of work, and in the OSH code, as they've embedded, you will read it says gig platform and other workers. The minute you use the word other workers, tomorrow it's our understanding that at one stage the government can even say domestic workers working at your home are very much employees and you are very much an employer. I think the time is right. There have been court cases in California, London and other places, as we are aware, because of the gig form of work. I think India has had the maturity to accept it for what it is, because the millennials are coming They want instant gratification on one side and they want to quickly work and start earning. On the other side, today, the kind of Gen Z population which goes to work, they want almost everything at the convenience of a mobile app. And a couple of years ago, even in our own organization, we did the same. We said when we are managing about 500,000 workforce, how do we reach out to them? So we created a mobile app. So today everybody interacts with us through a mobile app. Whether it's they seek benefits, whether they have a grievance, whether they want to tell a story, whether they want to give a suggestion. Maybe at some stage, we would probably get to the point of 10-minute jobs for everyone in India.
Okay, that sounds like an interesting segue to the future of work. But ma'am, in terms of, investments going forward, yesterday we did a story on how NVIDIA has signed a 10-year lease for an office space in Bengaluru. In terms of the kinds of investments going forward, do you foresee more coming from global AI companies? Last year, Anthropic opened its office here. OpenAI has opened its office here. Do you see more and more investments coming from the frontier labs, from semiconductor companies? What steps are you taking there?
Yeah, I think things are looking better. Because of the talent potential, the skill and the talent that Bengaluru and Karnataka has, there is a lot of interest. Like I just mentioned, we are one of the largest AI talent pool in globally, and then more than 50% of AI engineers are here. Likewise, semiconductor design engineers, we have more than 70% of India's talent is in Bangalore. So there is immense potential. That is the reason I think a lot of investments are forthcoming. And also the kind of policy environment that is there, the kind of ecosystem that is here, that is another reason that we see a lot of interest being evinced in Bangalore. A lot of our policies, like for example the GCC policies, not that the big leaders are coming because of the policy, but I think a lot of initiatives are there which do support a lot of other GCCs also. There are smaller GCCs also which are opening offices in India, and also the existing ones are also scaling up. So I think there are a lot of these reasons that we see that the talent, the kind of environment, the kind of the policies, the governments here, that I think attracts a lot of GCCs here in Bangalore.
Right. A follow-up to that, recently we spoke to a global MNC which said that the final choice for them came between Hyderabad and Bangalore, and they ultimately went with Hyderabad because of the infrastructure. And recently there have been reports about how Mumbai is upgrading at a very rapid pace. If you look at the pace of metro construction, the coastal road and so on. What do we need to do there in terms of the infra upgrade for Bangalore? Is that holding us back in some form?
It's not that other cities don't have traffic congestion and things like that. There are issues everywhere. But I think somehow when it comes to Bangalore, because of the kind of image it has, it gets kind of blown out of proportion. I think we just heard even the DCM mentioning about how things are being geared up in Bangalore, adding new metro network connectivity, adding new roads, adding tunnels, the water supply and other infrastructure being built. Immense kind of huge investments are going on in all these sectors to also gear up the city. And apart from that, we also see a lot of initiative in the terms of grade A office infrastructure, which is being added. I think it was just mentioned that more than 20 million square feet is getting added and also getting consumed. So that is a proof that there is demand, though there are challenges with respect to infrastructure, but then definitely there is demand. If not, why would they, that kind of sales of office space, leasing or renting happen? So there is, we can't say that infrastructure is the reason that things are not moving or people are choosing other places against Bangalore.
Got it. Lohit, when I look at IT companies today, a lot of pressure seems to come in the middle layer, not so much at the entry fresher layer. Companies are still hiring for freshers, but the pressure point is, people who are over 45, over 50, program managers, people management functions. Now, these are people who are also at a very critical time of their lives. They're married, they have kids, they have EMIs, they have families to run. What will happen to that segment of population, going forward? Will there be new roles for them? Is it too old to fundamentally reskill? Asking some 50-year-old to, sit and do Claude Code and OpenClaw. How are we going to deal with that particular issue? Is there scope for them to perhaps take up something different, or do multiple gigs. How do you see the future of work for that segment of the population changing in the next 5 years?
So one, this has happened before as well. I think the narrative today, because of too many moving parts, including AI coming into the ecosystem, we are feeling as if this has happened for the first time. Let me draw your attention to the 90s, when the then Rajiv Gandhi government allowed the opening of the Indian economy. Also brought in things like telecommunications and something called a dot matrix printer. Do you remember? At that point of time, everybody in the banking sector said, all the banks went on strike. And the reason they went on strike is because they said there's so many tellers whose job every day is to fill that passbook manually. And if now you have dot matrix printers and you'll just come out with reels and reels of statements, then who will stand in front of a teller to get a passbook filled every week, every month or whatever? Today, 35 years later from that event and that strike back then, if you look at the top private sector bank, they add even 1,000 branches today a year. The second one almost 800, the third 500. If you look at the number one lender, which is the public sector lender, the largest in the country, they add about 2,500 branches. The point I'm trying to make is the difference was that back then teller was the most important position in a bank or in a branch. Today the teller may not be the most important position, but the number of net jobs that banks are creating is phenomenal. So they will have cybersecurity experts, they'll have data center experts, they'll have artificial intelligence experts, they'll have analytics people, there'll be people who will be managing the data sets itself, there'll be people who will be managing your wealth, and there'll be wealth managers and all. So the banks are still growing, the financial institutes are still growing, the nature of jobs have changed. So to come back to your point, I think anybody, not just IT services companies, but in any ecosystem, whether you're in manufacturing, whether you're in retail, whether you're in consumer, whether you're in media, you will have to every 5 years unlearn a few things and relearn and learn a few things. That's progression. And the beauty is the human brain is best suited to do that unlearning, relearning, upskilling, which is required from time to time. It's the good old days, it was said, writing on the wall. So as long as you can understand the writing on the wall, whether it's your industry, my industry, anybody else's industry, doesn't matter. Please learn some new skills every day, no matter what your age is. Even at 60 when you retire, you will need new skills. You want to become an independent director on the board of a company, you need new skills. So now you have to think very differently. You're no longer an operating manager, but you're an independent director on behalf of the shareholders. So every time you'll have to do that.
Are we also moving to a scenario where people will perhaps have multiple gigs or multiple jobs?
Yeah, I think the other side of the human is a decent work-life balance. Different countries will have different connotations for it. Somebody in Europe, in Nordics, where you've got pension funds for the next 150 years, would probably work for 2 days or 3 days in a week, but will enjoy life 5 days in a week. As Indians, or as Asians, most of us would probably still work for 5 days a week at work, another 2 days still from home, but we'll probably sweat it out a little more. So everybody will have a different connotation, but there will be that segment of work-life balance. Within that segment of work-life balance, some people will choose more entrepreneurial work. And gig is nothing but another form of independence or entrepreneurial work. I feel the next generation may not be on a payroll as much as this generation is at, because we need the comfort of a paycheck every morning. Every first of every month, right?
It's great that you're getting a paycheck every morning. We get it only once.
That's why I corrected myself immediately.
But last word, yes. Yeah.
Just I was going through our report where this Great Learning is a tech platform that is there.
Yeah.
It has more than 1 million users. I think that shows cutting across industry, then the experience and the roles. The report shows that more than 40% of the senior level leadership is actually skilling themselves in AI. They're doing it more than 15 years seniority. The senior level people are also enrolling. At the same time, when we see for other sectors like data and things like that, it's more about the it's not so much in them. Younger generation, young professionals are taking up those those courses. Likewise, when you see across non-IT is predominant nowadays. It's picking up more than 70%. I mean, as per the platform, this is. And whereas 25 to 30% is for the IT related sector that the skilling or people are undergoing the skilling there. So, I mean, a lot of interesting things can be seen. But of course, like I said, senior level management is also skilling themselves.
Great. On that note, I think we're out of time. Thank you very much.
I would just like to mention,
sure.
Coming to the government, the scaling up is a challenge because government does take a lot of effort in, building the skills in the students, the young professionals. For example, we have a lot of initiatives by the skill development department also called as Future Skills Program, through which we are trying to reach out to a lot of young professionals and teach them skills in AI, data science, cyber security, etc. Likewise, even the higher education department is partnering with industry and trying to redo the curriculum to enable AI as a part of the course. Some 360-hour kind of a credit, courses with credit. These are all the initiatives that have been taken up. But at the same time, I mean, it's an effort going on. But I think a lot also has to come from the other stakeholders in this. A lot of industries themselves. Like we are talking about Nipuna is another initiative where we are trying to see how through the industry and the partnership with the government, the industry can identify the potential employee who can be skilled, and then the skill provider also can be identified by the industry, and government will pitch in about 40% of the training cost. A lot of multiple initiatives being taken up to enable that people are employable, are ready, and AI ready skills are available in the professionals and the young students and professionals.
Great. Any closing thoughts from you or sir? Ma'am, in terms of your own priorities as IT secretary, what are you looking forward to the most?
Yeah, apart from AI, there are other emerging sectors also which we are focusing on. Biotech, health tech, med tech, and various space technology, climate, a lot of other emerging technologies. Where we are focusing on. A lot of potential there also. The employment generation potential is immense in those sectors also. So AI and incorporating of AI across these sectors also matters a lot. So I think everybody has to, like you just mentioned, learn to learn more. I think everybody has to learn to skill themselves and be kind of ready for the challenges of the industry.
Great.
I think jobs will always remain.
Okay,
it's just the nature of...
That's a good thing to hear. Jobs will always remain.
Jobs will always remain. I think, and humans will remain the center of it for a very, very long time as we know it. The difference is that we have to be ready to keep seeing what is new which is coming. What new segments, what new markets. We must remember one thing. This global narrative which is being built about jobless growth and other things and all is also based on the fact that many of these countries have gone into a demographic decline 25 years ago. They have a supply side crisis, and hence for them the return on investment on AI is far greater than the return on investment on human capital. India is not at the same level. India should still remember that human and technology is the best confluence that we can have.
Great. On that note, thank you both very much for talking to us. And I think the takeaway for me was the optimistic note that both of you struck, that we don't have to be that worried as long as people are unlearning, reskilling and relearning. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you to all our panelists for showcasing that employability has evolved from a fixed milestone into a continuous, dynamic and highly collaborative process. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to our next session, which is about artificial intelligence and what does it mean to be human and uniquely human in these times. So artificial intelligence is changing industries at an unprecedented speed. But in a world powered by algorithms, what remains uniquely human? To moderate this session, may I invite on stage Tushar Goenka from Moneycontrol. And joining him on the panel are Kaivalya Bohra, co-founder Zepto, Rohit Chaudhary, co-founder and CEO Seekho, and Prateek Dikshit, co-founder Pocket FM.
Firstly, thank you, gentlemen, for making the trip all the way here. We've typically started such sessions by asking what and how much can technology achieve in the past. But now I want to ask you what else is left for humans to do. So, I'll quickly go round robin. Kevalia from Zepto, can you tell me how much of your work at Zepto is being done by AI? And what are the 3 top departments that are most influenced by AI? I wouldn't say impacted.
Firstly, thank you for having me here, Tushar. I think now it's reached a point where pretty much every function is using AI in some way or the other. I think the top 3, you want in terms of the number of people using or impact of work or what? Because
impact of work.
Impact of work, okay. Impact of work, number 1 would definitely be software engineering. They were, and I'm sure you guys will have the same thing at your companies, but earliest adopters, Cursor, Cloud Code, all of these tools to just ship a lot more, be it features or whatever. And that we've seen now propagate throughout every, I've started using those tools. I like in between for a couple of years I'd stopped coding and now getting back into it. And so yeah, I think that would be like the number 1 team. What we're figuring out now there are some, so we have about 500 engineers or so in the company. Some of these guys are a little further ahead, the guys who started playing around a little earlier and so on. What we're now basically trying to figure out in engineering is how can we get those guys to just propagate all of what they've learned to everybody in the team. And similar with product managers and designers and so on, where we're just building some internal tooling so that end-to-end from an idea to shipping a PR and merging it on GitHub can be done by non-technical people. So now we've got some PMs who are shipping features, who don't know how to write a single line of code. So that would be number 1. Number 2 would also be something that we did a little early, which was on customer support. So we started this about a year and a half back, but bit by bit we've automated, every type of ticket. So if you say today my dhania is rotten, an AI agent will look at that image, score it on a scale of 1 to 5 and give you a refund if they think that, okay, Tushar is a good customer. I'm going to let it slide, give him a refund, right? And now about 78% of our tickets don't touch a human being at all, right? That would be number 2. Number 3 would then be all of these other functions. So, our cataloging team or our finance team, when they're doing the same accounting, book closures at the end of every month, we've built certain tools for them to be able to do that a little faster. And a lot of these guys are also just curious themselves, I think. As long as anybody's curious, you could be like an analyst or you could be a designer or whatever. We are seeing people just out of their own curiosity figure out ways of making their work either more effective or more productive. So the third would just be these general purpose, all kinds of teams figuring things out their own way.
Got it. Pratik, Pocket, I would imagine, wouldn't have so much of customer support need, right? Software engineering, I can imagine, product management, like KB said. Anything else that is unique to Pocket?
Yeah, I think so. For us, the most important thing has been content. Sorry. Yeah. For us, I think the most impactful vertical has been content. When you talk about content and when you think of traditional way of creating content, I think that has changed significantly now. Pre-AI era, the content production used to take, let's say, 6 months, right? Now, in current era, with whatever product tools we have built, it has become like a matter of days, right? The content which used to take months to produce before, now we can produce all of those content in just a matter of days, right? So content has been a big shift for us, apart from what, of course, like Kevin has mentioned.
And Rohit, for you, would that be similar? You're also in the content space, of course, but anything unique to Seekho?
Yeah, so for a business like ours, which is basically a learning platform for the masses, in the current times, as we recently heard, learning and relearning becomes the core of what will bring a national transformation. And Seekho is placed exactly where we can actually give this power of using AI to improve your lives and build a better world as you grow for the masses. Because there are people in sitting in small villages and cities or towns are not really using Claude as we do. And that is where the power of Seekho comes in, where we can empower them to use AI to build better lives. And that is the primary impact that we are trying to capture here.
Okay, and Rohit, and I'm sure you must know this better than any of us, the attention span of people is decreasing by the day, right? We just want short form content, reels and all of that. So now when you're making a decision to hire someone, right, an educator or any of those roles, now would you hire more a subject matter expert or someone who has better storytelling skills and give a hook to your consumers, if I can call them, right? And where does AI play that role? How do you determine where the hook comes and how do you go about that decision?
Yeah, so as both of them mentioned, the role of skills has actually reduced. What matters now is the human creativity, being able to understand what your user wants, and a bit of imperfection also. And that is what we mostly look into. We would want extremely creative folks who are very agile. We don't want people who know how to code really complex stuff because Claude can do that very easily. We don't want people who can design really amazing UX because Lovable can do that very easily. So yeah, everyone is going to transform into an IC, which is an individual contributor for those who don't know. Instead of, large subject matter expert teams which being led by managers. So yeah, we have already moved away from that. In fact, 80% of my own time today goes into building something instead of managing my team.
So you're saying building an app or building something for Seekho in the curriculum wise?
Building something inside Seekho which could someday be a content, some other day it could be an internal tool, or some other days I'll be shipping some feature inside the app.
Got it. And Prateek, are you using AI more to, empower writers or creators? Or are you using AI to reduce dependence or reliance on them? How do you go about it?
Yeah. So Pocket is an open platform where any writer can sort of come in and write content and distribute their content for hundreds of millions of users globally, which of course has India, US, Europe. For us, the most important thing has been how do we empower writers to write high quality content in faster time, right? Again, as I mentioned before, it used to take months to write high quality content before. With sort of tools that we have built internally for writers, that time has now reduced significantly, right? Now, any writer who has good taste, who has good ideas, now can actually convert those log lines to create a story. Similarly, on the production side, before, I think content was supposed to be produced through production houses, right? Now, all the toolings and products that we have built, now productions have become really, really easy, right? I think we can now produce thousands of hours of content within weeks, right? So I think for us, it's more about empowering writers, give them distribution, give them tools and products to reach masses, and give them an opportunity to, let's say, earn and recognition.
Got it. KV, coming to you, a different kind of a question for you. What is that one metric that, AI has helped you improve on the business front, but also worsen customer experience? I would say customer refunds. You would agree Tushar is a good customer. Not everyone does, right? So, but I want to know your view. Don't say customer experience. Something apart from that.
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Something that AI has enabled to do better business-wise, but worsen the customer or consumer behavior or experience.
Has worsened or improved, you mean?
No, improved it business-wise, but worsened it consumer-wise.
We wouldn't take any calls like that. So I think, for example, customer experience is the only one, or customer support rather is the only one where these things could be at odds with each other. Most times that you would, embed AI into the customer journey, it could be, for example, search, right? I'd given this example. It's my favorite example to give, which is that, in the past. So search is very important for us. Most of you that use Zepto or any, e-commerce, quick commerce app, my guess is that when you open the app, you go to the search bar and search for the first 2 or 3 things that you want. In the past, most search algorithms were built on something called token matching, which was you type 2 or 3 words, it breaks the phrase into those 2 or 3 words, and then you try to match that exact word in the name or description of the product. there were certain areas where that was very straightforward. So potato, tomato, bread, milk, yogurt, etc. Very straightforward. As Zepto eventually got into a lot more categories, electronics and general merchandising and apparel and so on, the kinds of things people started searching for example, went up like crazy. So, for example, we started getting into stationery. And so, in India, colloquially, one of the things that, you guys all know what a mechanical pencil is, right? In India, people colloquially, in slang, sort of call it a pen pencil, right? Now, if you, in the past, let's say pre-LLM world, would search for pen pencil, we would break that phrase into pen and pencil, and then search our entire catalog for products that have either one of those words in the catalog, name, description, whatever. And so the result would be a bunch of pens, a bunch of pencils, and some mechanical pencils, but it was very hard for us to understand actually what you're looking for, right? Today, LLMs are incredible at understanding intent, right? So you could search for pen pencil and we'll show you mechanical pencils. You could search for kapde rakhne wala bag and we'll show you a laundry basket, for example, right? And so, that for lakhs and lakhs of queries, for example, is something that improves the customer experience, improves our P&L, there's no trade-off, for example. The only one, to answer your question, right, which was, where would it be at a trade-off? If, we would have an opportunity to improve our P&L in any way, but at a hit to customer experience, you would never take that call. Because actually, businesses like ours, if you take any kind of hit on customer retention or frequency, it is very costly to then reacquire that customer or spend money on performance marketing to acquire new customers. We actually, for example, last 6 months, spent close to ₹0 on performance marketing, right? We're growing very fast, right? I can't talk about numbers, but we're growing very fast, but, without spending money on performance marketing, because customer retention and frequency is actually like the cheapest way of growing, right? Interestingly, with every time that we've, automated away some type of customer support ticket, we have different kinds of tickets. Where is my order? This item was missing. These fruits are not good, whatever. There's like n number of different types. Every time we automate, a type of ticket, we actually, for a prolonged period of time, will A/B test it, where, for example, half the tickets will go to a human being, half of them will go to an AI agent. And we actually measure the CSAT at the end, right? Because at the end of the ticket, we ask the customer, thumbs up, thumbs down, were we able to resolve your query or not? And every single time, right, the AI agent, at least the ones that we've actually taken up to production and scaled, have been where the CSAT has actually been much better. When, you have a AI agent, right, their CSAT is actually better. Only then we actually go and scale it, right? Which is why it's been a 1.5 year long journey to automate 78% of our tickets. We started with just one simple use case. We started with, I think, where is my order, right? Then we said, okay, now let's do, I got the wrong item, or then let's do fruits and vegetables, and so on and so on. And over time, we've, been able to automate this count. Interestingly, what started happening now is that it's like, people are also smart. India is a country where if someone really wants to commit fraud, there are 100 ways of doing it. So people, for example, now will order a pouch of milk, take an image of that pouch of milk, put it into Gemini and say, change this expiry date to 1 week ago, and generate an AI-generated image with a fake expiry date. Put that into Zepto and say, you guys sent me expired products, for example, right? So now it's like, some AI system is, generating images. Our AI system is trying to catch which are AI-generated and which are not. And so it's a fun world, that we're living in.
Does that lead to a lot of leakage in...
We've limited it. So, for example, that is a problem that didn't exist even like a year ago, right? But again, people also keep evolving, and so we have to keep evolving. So, yeah.
Got it. All three of you run very large companies. Rohit, I'll come to you first. What's that one uncomfortable truth that you have that none of us actually know about running an AI-first firm? You will go first and then I'll pass it on. That not many people talk about or not many people like us know about.
Yeah, on one hand, I know that my team can actually do much better if they can completely upskill in an AI native way and do really well. But on the other hand, eventually there are people and it takes some time. So the only thing that makes me uncomfortable is the time that it is taking for me to transform everyone in my org into an AI native teammate.
Okay, Pratik, you?
Yeah, I think for me, given that AI has also given so many opportunities, you can now build products, tools, and whatnot within matter of days. There are tons of things to be built, to be honest, right? I mean, when I look at my roadmap, I have hundreds of things to build, right? So for me, it's more about like, how do we pick the right things, prioritize right things for users, and not get lost in, let's say, like hundreds of different things, right? So I think as the orgs is scaling with AI, the prioritization still becomes the bottleneck. And for us, I think that's the biggest uncomfortable truth, I would say.
Got it. KV?
Uncomfortable truth, right? I think I agree with what you said. We've had, like I said earlier, some people are a little further along in the adoption curve. I personally now, in retrospect, think I was actually later than I should have been. Actually, I was, I think, a relatively late adopter myself, like personally. But I think the other uncomfortable truth is that a lot of, and we learned this the hard way, that, you know, a lot of the discourse around, like, you know, AI is going to replace X number of people or whatever, you know, hasn't necessarily played out exactly that way. I think that the use or the necessity of like evals or like, you know, being able to actually build the right infrastructure around whatever you're building. So rather than speak in abstract terms, I'll speak in specific terms. We built this tool internally called Nucleus. And the Nucleus is a tool where, like I said, any non-technical person, you're a designer, you want to build a feature, you can, in natural language, break down every part of the software development lifecycle. So you can break down like user research, where that is one step. The tool will ask you, have you considered XYZ? You think about it, respond. Then you write a PRD, then you make designs, then you break that into tasks. Ultimately, each of those tasks become like a pull request, and you merge that into your code base. And this is context of like all of the different services that we have. So we've been rolling that out, right? And, I was like super gung-ho when we rolled this out, and got all of our people to test it. I was starting to, write different PRDs and all of that using it. And, for anything simple, it was like very straightforward, and that's what gave me like a big kick that, okay, this is crazy, we can 10x the number of things that we do and all of that stuff. But the reality is that, for more complex things it hasn't gotten there yet. I'm very hopeful that it will. But more than that, the uncomfortable truth is that you need to know what are the potential failure modes, right? Because we're now starting to see, there are small areas where even these small features you're shipping using AI, where, there's a lot of bloat, for example, in the code, right? A lot of unnecessary lines of code being written, edge cases that are being missed, etc., where a lot of our engineers are like speed running through, like autocomplete or like tap, whatever the AI suggestions are, let's do it. And without like the right evals or unit test cases or whatever to know that, okay, TK, you're shipping something into production, are you 100% covered is like a very crucial aspect. And we've sort of learned that the hard way in some respects, where now we're very confident that these models are going to keep getting better, and more long-running tasks and complex tasks are going to be able to get automated. But we're actually now investing all of our bandwidth on just like building the infrastructure and tooling around it, so that we're able to, in a safe and predictable way, make all these people more effective. I don't know if that made sense. But
made sense, perfect. But KV, I don't think you should say you're on late adopter on anything. You started the company, you started Zepto when you were 21, taking the company IPO when you were 25, 26.
23 now. Yeah, we started when you were 18.
You've been 23 for how long now, KV?
I turned 23 in October. Yeah.
So you started Zepto in 2020.
Yeah.
So when you were 19?
18, yeah.
18,
yeah.
My God, okay, fine.
Yeah.
Because that's a Shahid Afridi running joke, you know that,
yeah,
right?
I know.
You're 23 forever.
Yes, I know.
Okay. Perfect. My last bit of questions, we'll just wrap up. Rohit, I'll come to you first. Are you still hiring engineers? And if yes, what different are you doing in hiring? I mean, KV just said that, Zepto has 500 engineers. How is that number for you? Would it have been different if not for AI?
We would have hired different types of folks. As I said, we would not be hiring any subject matter experts now. So even in engineering, we would be hiring freshers who are easy to adapt to things and can work in an AI native way. Just for example, a conventional engineer would classify themselves as an Android engineer or a front-end engineer or a back-end engineer. But of course, KV would know that doesn't exist anymore. And you can build whatever you want to build. and that too much more faster than how you will build most of those things in conventional ways. A very small anecdote. Earlier, when we used to write, recommendation models, then we used to ship one iteration, measure it, or just review it, कि कैसे result दे रहा है. Then again switch the logic, shift some weights, do some logic changes and stuff like that. And it used to take like at least a week for someone to at least ship one recommendation logic which they would feel is working fine. This thing my Claude is doing for the last 6 hours, even when I'm doing this.
Got it.
So yeah, this is how things change.
Perfect. That's it. I'm so sorry we're out of time. I would have loved to continue this conversation, but I'm so thankful for your time. And thank you for doing this, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tushar.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for those insights. 3 mavericks there, also bringing the collective age of this room down. All right, with that we are moving forward. And moving on, as the future of work evolves, it is not only offices, but technology that is also being reimagined. It is also industry, infrastructure, manufacturing, and the ecosystems that are creating these large-scale opportunities. And now it is our absolute honor to be joined by MB Patil, Minister for Large and Medium Industries and Infrastructure Development, Government of Karnataka. May I request DP to please... DP Satish from Network18 to do the felicitations, along with Rishi Das and Meghna Agrawal, founders of Indiqube. May I invite both of you here for the felicitations. Thank you so much. Harish Upadhyay from CNN News 18, may I have you on stage? Stage is all yours, gentlemen.
So we're having this conversation at a time when NVIDIA signed its blockbuster agreement here for its office space in Bangalore. It's a Moneycontrol exclusive as well. What does it mean for Karnataka, sir?
So this is one of the many. It's a normal course because, all the global 500 Fortune companies, 400 plus Fortune companies have their global capability centers here and design houses. So this is one amongst that. And it's going to continue as lab research has been this one. Now applied materials. So many, this is ongoing this one for Bangalore, Karnataka. And of course, NVIDIA is a very great this one and we welcome them for the bigger office,
So when we talk about future of work and we look at industries, infrastructure, one big question that always comes up is semiconductor manufacturing. We've been leading in terms of chip design and other related elements. But in terms of manufacturing, there have been so many questions. Where is Karnataka heading in that sphere?
See, if you take all the niche companies, applied materials is coming here, lab research is coming here. So many more companies here, only except the fab manufacturing, which has been decided by the center for obvious reasons, in their PLI schemes, where they will offer 50% of the incentives there. We haven't got an opportunity, but we have signed one. I can't disclose one. Last cabinet meeting, we have cleared one big project of us. So we are big in semiconductor and race.
At the same time, we had the Deputy Chief Minister earlier. He said there could be a job loss, there could be a 50% job loss because of AI. How is Karnataka and, say, Karnataka Industries Department preparing to ensure that there are newer jobs created?
So naturally, of course, we are number one in service sector, IT. But now is a time that we all have to adopt to AI. So, and accordingly, we have that ecosystem, we have that talent. We can very well easily, and the companies are all niche companies where they're in Bangalore. Even the smaller ones are very, very important ones, So we have to adopt to AI. AI will do a lot of good. I was just hearing another friend of mine in the conversation that the perception of job loss. Of course, there will be job loss. Other day, when I was in Nagoya in Toyota manufacturing this one, I was telling with the Toyota people, there were 500 people working, many hundreds of people, boys from Karnataka. Robots will take place. There's an assembly just, to refit there and all this. So now is the time that we have to think beyond the conventional engineering degrees. Now, the industry and academia plays a very role. Even Government of India, because Union federal government, they play a very important role in revising the curriculum and all this, which is going to be more relevant. Now there's a time for skill upskilling. Diplomas will play a very important role. ITIs will play a very important role. And time is my personal opinion. Again, that the traditional 4 years degree and all this, in that conventional degree will no more be relevant. So it is the governments and the experts and the industry, everything to join hands and see what is going to be relevant. Because tomorrow we don't know what is relevant today may not be relevant tomorrow. That's the time. This is a lot of disruptions are happening. So we have to, India as a country and including Karnataka, because Karnataka, as you know, we are pioneers in professional colleges. There was 3 decades before, an entire country from various states used to come and for their engineering, medicine, management, law, nursing, pharma, everything they used to come to Karnataka. Yes. Only the last 3 decades, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, Andhra, they have got equal number of colleges now. That's where a great talent was created. That's how our old companies like Infosys, Wipro, they emerged out of that, this one. Starting with Manipal as this one. So that's the history behind Karnataka. So we also have to take lead. We have the finest institutes, Indians of Science, we take all the engineering colleges, government as well as private. So Karnataka should take the lead and we will take a lead.
One major learning from the Iran war is the usage of drones. And Karnataka has been at the forefront of aerospace. In fact, I don't know how many in this room know the drone that was used, Sky Striker, that was used in Operation Sindoor, got manufactured in Bengaluru. So we've been leading in that sphere. How is Karnataka planning to expand on that, sir?
See, in aerospace, everyone has this one about Karnataka being the IT capital. Of course, we are the IT capital. But we are also number one in aerospace and defense. 65% of the nation's contributions come from Karnataka. You name Airbus, Boeing, Safra, Collins, everyone is here. So, and Acres, our own company from Belgaum, Arvind Medigari, is doing a lot of supply components manufacturing for all these big aerospace companies. So we are at lead and we are keeping that lead and nobody can replace us. So many states are trying to pull one or two. But the ecosystem, the talent is for Bangalore and Karnataka. Not only Bangalore, even Hubli, Dharwad, Belgaum has emerging as a, because the aerospace park in Belgaum, private aerospace park of owned acres by Arvind Medigari, the Acres company there. So that way we are number one. Machine tools, we are number one. ESDM, of course, the Foxconn story. So with 20 million iPhones being manufactured here to $2.5 billion, this one. Now in the semiconductor, this one, we have lab research, we have applied materials, all of this one. So it is, Karnataka will be in lead. And now is a time with AI, then semiconductors, then robots, then robotics, then quantum computing. Of course, the data, this one, which we are now going to revise our own strategy on that. So Karnataka is always in forefront,
But then you have stiff competition. You have Andhra Pradesh, which has its own aerospace SEZ. They're calling companies to Madakasira, Anantapur, and various other places.
It's not fair on my part to comment also, and because we had earlier version. Just because we are so a state, claims, we are 100 kilometers from Bangalore airport.
That's the selling point.
What does it show? It shows the talent, the ecosystem of Bangalore. So, no matter how much, particularly in aerospace and defense, it is very difficult to crack from Karnataka.
Since you mentioned about Belgavi, let me talk about the demand to move manufacturing and other industries to tier 2, tier 3 towns, Mangalore, Mysore, Nanjangud, various other places. The government has been giving incentives. But is it really working in terms of on-ground job creation?
Yeah, it's working. If you take the semiconductor, most of this one, Chamarajanagar and Mysore is this one. So recently, NIDEC started this one in Dharwad. We have an industrial policy, the latest industrial policy, wherein incentives, if you go to Zone 1. Zone 1 is my state, my district, Bijaypur, Dharwad, Gulbarga, all those areas has much incentives. Then when you come to the Zone 2 has lesser incentives. Zone 1 when it comes to, Zone 3 when it comes to Bangalore, and this one there's lesser incentives. But in spite of that, ITs and all this, they have been into this one Bangalore because of the city Bangalore. But beyond Bangalore also now we have added up to some backward regions. We have added a few more incentives of 3% and 5%. Based on the Nanjundappa committee report. And we are now coming up with a industrially backward districts, another policy for taking things beyond. And I'm very happy to share with you now in the recently held Global Investors Meet, out of the 10,27,000 crores investments which were committed, MOUs signed, we already realized more than 60% now. It was not on paper, it was on reality. That's been working on my team. So if you take out of that, almost 70% is beyond Bangalore. When I say beyond Bangalore, again around Bangalore, nearer to Bangalore, around Bangalore, 100 kilometers circular distance, maybe around 40%. Really about, but out of the 45% is in northern Karnataka. In the recently held Global Investors Meet. And recently, after Global Investors Meet also, we have signed nearly about 1.5 lakh crores of this one. We did a event last month. So that being the case, beyond Bangalore is the need of the hour, because we cannot see everything being focused on Bangalore. But most of companies, when it comes to global companies, Fortune companies, they prefer Bangalore. Although there are lesser incentives, and that's creating a land values also very high here in Bangalore compared to Andhra Pradesh, where they're offering for 1 rupee per acre and all this. So,
in fact, that's a question I asked the Deputy Chief Minister. Is it feasible offering 1 acre per 1 rupee?
We don't require that. So we are not that desperate, or this one we have enough. With whatsoever being the, now we said about NVIDIA being signing for this one. Do you know how much they have signed for? So that being a case, we are not, we required such of a thing, but still, beyond Bangalore, and particularly, we have a lot of potential in Bangalore. We have Mysore, Hubli, Dharwad, Belgaum, that zone. So these are potentially areas wherein industries can prefer, because we have airports everywhere now. So, and the land value is cheaper, and of course the talent is there. If you take Hubli, Bangalore, there are engineering colleges, a lot of talent. Hubli, Dharwad, Belgaum has all the finest institutions. So we are trying to push, and we're coming with one more this one. And in the last Global Investors Meet, 45% is from North Karnataka. Commitments from North Karnataka.
And one comparison that's always drawn is how Tamil Nadu is much ahead when it comes to manufacturing, and Karnataka possibly not at the same level. So is it a problem that's happened over the last 2-3 decades, or what is Karnataka lacking?
It has happened from last 3-4 decades, but now we have been catching up now. We have catching up, and now we have to take electronics. who takes Foxconn. 50,000 people working here. So all of this one now, electronics, aerospace and defense, machine tools, so many areas in manufacturing also. Now we are leading, and of course, I personally as a industry minister, I wanted to focus more on, not because of AI and all this. So we had a very important session called Utpadana Mantana, wherein more than 100 top one of the companies, either the CEOs or the president, they participated, and a roadmap. And we have been working on the roadmap, and 80% of what they have said is being implemented.
At the same time, the other aspect that a lot of people are talking about is whether these companies are willing to move to tier 2, tier 3 cities. For example, you said many companies want to be in Bangalore. How do you convince them? One. Second, availability of resources, water, electricity, infrastructure. That's a huge concern even in Bangalore.
So when you talk about infrastructure, there's any growing city. And Bangalore is one of the most dynamic cities in the world. So it happened so earlier when I told you about the entire country coming here, children coming here for education. They were welcome and still are welcome. And again, whenever with this IT companies, with the service sector growing here, the children from various states come and work here. A 2-bedroom apartment, they buy a 2-bedroom apartment. Instead of renting out, they pay the EMIs, they have 2 cars. That's why we have more cars than Delhi and Mumbai and Bangalore. They are welcome, but this is a challenge, of course. And 100 people come in to Bangalore, out of which 5 people go out of Bangalore. That's the influx. So that being a case, and I'm not going away from responsibility. The Deputy Chief Minister was here. So I am heading the infrastructure development because most of them PPP. So now with the metro, with the suburban railway, metro is doing very well. Now we have come up with a tunnel work, flyover, series of flyovers. This government is now trying to ease out. And we are also now thinking of a high-speed network between Bangalore, Mysore, Bangalore, Tumkur, Bangalore, Kola, 100 kilometers around. So the satellite towns develop and it becomes easy for people to, for work, coming to work and all this. Even for buying a property or renting a property, it will become much more economical for this. And this has been worked out and we're very serious on that,
But the other aspect when you talk about infrastructure that everybody wants to know is about the second airport for Bangalore. Will it come up in Nelmangla? Will it come up in Bangalore South? And where does the process now go from here?
So I'm the minister for that. We had identified 3 sites, and one is from Nelamangala to your Hassan Road. That's road. We have a beautiful place around 5,000 acres. Then on the Kanakapura Road, of course, we have identified 2 sites, and Airport Authority definitely have inspected there. And after that, said about the site conditions, the challenges there and all this. And for that, we have only for the site challenges and other things, we have called for a expression of interest to work. And now I think 3-4 companies are up and I think now KPMG is being interested that they have been a successful bid. And probably the next 2 months we'll get this one. Thereafter it will be taken to the cabinet. And now the next thing is viable and where and what for all other conditions, So Bangalore Airport will come at the right place.
Will it take off much before the Hosur Airport does?
See, we have a condition. See, after 2033, anybody is open. Just because we have a condition with when the Bengaluru Airport was done, the Kempegowda International Airport. So until 33, we have exclusivity clause with them. So up to 2033. After 2033, Hosur also can come, my Kanakapura also come. And survival is the fittest. Whoever been more this one and all this happens. And that's open and this is fair in competition, So that doesn't mean that if my airport comes, Hosur will not come. If Hosur will come, we not come. Both may come or both may not come.
All right.
Or one of them might come.
Yeah, we'll shift focus to something positive that the government is doing. The constant criticism is that government has no business being in business. That's the line. The line is that government has no business being in business. That's what many people say. But Karnataka government over the last 3 years has managed to turn around the Karnataka Soaps and Detergents Limited. Now we've today posted profits, you've managed to double it, you want to reach 5,000 crores in the next 5 years.
See, we are not into business. This is KSDL, as you know the history, it was 110 years, so it was almost started 1916 by then Mysore Maharaja, Narodi Krishnaraj Wadiyar. He started this Mysore Sandal, it became KSDL. It had seen many ups and downs. After I took over as the Senate under my ministry, so we made a lot of changes there. And now we have reached this one of around 2,000 crores of a turnover. And FMCG, we are number one now. We're competing with the private, this one, wherein 500 plus crores profit has been done by this year. And last 100 years, they had done a turnover of 1,000 crores. In the last 4 years, we have done a turnover of 1,000 crores now. So my aim is to take it to 5,000 crores now. So, and that is not, we are not into business. This is a great heritage, So that's, we're taking to save those institutes. We had NGF, we had a lot made HMT. Some of them have now lost into competition. But here, I see an opportunity. It's KSTL, MSIL is there. And we have one more NGF I'm trying to revive in Hubli, where they make these electric transformers. One of the finest transformers over there. That's also in a very bad shape. I'm trying to revive that, and the women looking for an expression of interest with another major companies so that we can have a joint this one. And many people are interested in that. So these are our, we are not into business because these are our companies which are started by our elders. And it's my duty to see that we reach to take them to the great heights,
Perhaps on KSDL, one aspect everyone would want to know is signing of Tamanna Bhatia as a brand ambassador. Did it help?
See, it's a pure business decision, I'll tell you. See, to be very frank, see, Mysore Sandal soap is not sold only in Karnataka. It's sold elsewhere. If you take like that the sales, 15% of sales comes from Karnataka and Goa together, 14% and 1%. If you take Andhra Pradesh, Telangana and Andhra Pradesh together, it's 45% of sales. 45%. North India is 6%. So e-commerce, we were not there. We have reached into e-commerce and we have transformed that. And before going to Tamanna, but I was not there in the decision making. There was a private, this one, an ex, this one, Rajinikanth from Hindustan Lever, who's been, they have worked out this one. They took Deepika Padkone, they took other 4-5 actresses from Karnataka also. Some have their own line and some are endorsed some other products. You cannot endorse Lux soap as well as Mysore Sandal. You have to choose one. That's what the case, and ultimately that committee selected Tamanna Bhatia, and we're happy about it, and we'll just, it's a purely business decision, nothing to do.
Okay, all right. My final question to you. Where do you want to see Karnataka in terms of future of work in the next 15, 20 years? The kind of jobs that the state needs to focus on and wants to dominate really that particular sector?
See, Karnataka, as I told you, many people, they think Karnataka means IT. Of course, we are the IT capital with the Silicon Valley of India. But there's much more to that story. We have machine tools, aerospace and defense, so many other, now electronics, we are number one now. So that being the case, Karnataka is always ready and we can adopt changes. And our ecosystem talent is great. Our institutions are great. So we will be there, and we compete with the world, not with states. We compete with the world, and I have been as an industry minister. When I went to Japan and South Korea for the first time, they're all traditional business people who are very old and they take a lot of time to decide. The very first visit of mine in Japan, it generated so much of interest. Japan and South Korea, we got 6,500 crores of investment, which has been translated. The second time I visited only Japan, around 4,500 crores of this one. When Sajjan Jindal was in the global investors meet, when he saw all the Japanese, this one, he said, oh, so many Japanese companies over here in Karnataka. That is what Karnataka is. And we will be in the forefront of all the future happenings in the world.
Minister, wishing you all the best. Thanks a lot for joining us today. It's a pleasure talking to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we move forward and we are going to now talk about people. Well, the future may be AI first, but it will still need people first thought, people first leadership. Today at the Future of Work Summit 2026 presented by Network18 and Indiqube, let's acknowledge that talent is global, mobile, and strategic, and geopolitics also influences where companies are hiring from, where companies are investing at, and where this process is taken at scale. To moderate our next session called Geopolitics at Work, the Great Global Talent Divide, I would like to invite on stage Bhavya Dilip Kumar from Moneycontrol, and joining her on the panel are, put your hands together for Chandra, British Deputy High Commissioner to Karnataka and His Majesty's Deputy Trade Commissioner for Investment South Asia. Ashok Tandak, CEO and President, India Electronics and Semiconductor Association and SEMI India. Renzi Matthew, MD, India Center and People Leader, APAC ANZ Sabre Corporation. Anil Ethanur, ET co-founder and at Expino. And GNV Silvarao, whole-time director, ABB GISPL. Welcome to all our panelists. Bhavya, over to you.
All right. So we've been having some packed back-to-back, a lot to take home, I think, and I hope I get to, decode this topic as well and get something for you all to take home as well. And we've put together some of the biggest voices from important segments, sectors, industries. So I'm going to talk less, get a lot from this panel. So they're going to talk more. Let's open this panel up with this important point, right? I think Rishi addressed this in his speech about how for decades, talent used to go where the opportunity was. People used to move for jobs. There used to be standing jokes in families that nobody cares what you do. You just have to move abroad, bring back chocolates, perfume, and that is a big measure of success, right? But things are changing. Some of the biggest top leaders today, like Zoho Sridhar just spoke on how people settled in the US or anywhere should come back to India. Maybe we should open this panel with that very point. Is that as easy as it sounds? And is that even possible? Where are we? Maybe Chandra, if you want to take.
Thank you, Bhavya. First of all, can I just say it's an absolute pleasure to be here for this session. And the times we live in, this topic is more relevant than ever before. So it's great that Indiqube and Network18 thought about putting this session together, and is delighted to be here today. It's not as easy as it sounds, because as you rightly said, people relocate for a reason. And people get used to a certain way of living. People get used to a certain way of work culture. If I take my own example, someone who's been born and brought up in India, in 2008, I got an opportunity to move to the UK. I was headhunted from here to go to the UK and work for a consulting firm. Who would have thought that, 12, 13 years later, I would be coming back to my country of origin as a senior British diplomat. And that opportunity only happened because, I took that plunge at that time and say, let's relocate and let's go to the UK. So I think that's what, in terms of relocation as an opportunity aspect, it gives you a lot. But I think what you're talking about is a bit more about ghar wapsi. Is a term that's being used a lot within the tech sector as well. There are a lot of good positive examples of that happening, but at the same time, things that are, affecting this decision-making process is, one is technology, two is employee expectations has gone through the roof, three is, it's not just about the employee per se, but it's about the family, it's about the entire ecosystem around it. So, a lot is at stake. But at the same time, countries are evolving in terms of their own talent attraction, should I say a project or a talent attraction as an initiative that countries want to do. And if I look at UK, we are looking at that more seriously than ever before, because we strongly feel that the future is of skills, the future is of talent, and while UK has been at the center of whether it's capital, whether it's opportunities, whether it's technology, but the game changer is going to be skills and talented skill, and that is something that we're working on. More to come later on that, but I think just to answer your question, easier said than done.
Understood. Anil, if you want to...
Yeah, if you were to track the immigration trends, I still think India is negative. Last 3 years trend, if you understand, about 50,000 people move out every year. And the 3-year trend, the 2 years back, it was the returnees were lesser. So net loss was about 30,000 earlier. The previous year was 25. The year before that was 25. The year just preceding this year, the number was only about 15,000 net. So it has a lot to do with visa regulations and other considerations. But still, we are still net loss if you look at data. Still, people prefer to go overseas. At least the Indian talent like to go overseas and find jobs in at least English-speaking countries. So that trend continues. If you look at internally within India, still jobs are, candidates do prefer jobs in metros. Tier 2 locations still lag behind by very, very big margin, which it's supposed to be. We looked at Jaipur at one point in time and centers like Coimbatore or a Trichy or a Salem, Udupi, Mangalore. So when you look at all of these, still the aspirational crowd want to be in metros, so that can't be denied. We still have to make cities better for people to move in. But yeah, as a second or third center in terms of a global capability center, they would certainly consider a tier 2. Okay? And it may not be their first one, but certainly a second or third center could be one of these locations. So if you want to look at trends, that's how it is.
Okay, it's slow, but the shift is happening.
Yeah.
Got it. I think, Renzi, we were talking about this. He mentioned Ghar Wapasi. For startups, we are hearing a lot, but for talent, is that actually happening? And Mr. Subarav, if you can add to that, both of you, yeah.
Yeah, can I go? I'm not too sure about the Ghar Wapasi, and I probably echo what the two gentlemen said earlier. But when you look at a concept that you raised about flow to where the talent is, I think that will happen. That is already happening. It will happen increasingly. Because, and this, I think, started off as a concept, gaining popularity, especially after the COVID, times where people realize that, they need to be close to their roots. They need to be close to their families. And then they started to refuse to move out, at least very far. Now, if you apply this as a concept, we have been doing this. We have been centered, let us say, in Bangalore, but now we are looking out at different towns, different cities, in Karnataka, in India. But again, if you expand this, I think when you look at a lot of companies, a lot of businesses, even the global ones, they are moving to India only because of this, that the talent maybe is refusing to go wherever they want them to, or maybe it's not viable. So the next best thing, or maybe even a better thing, is to go to where talent is. So as a concept, I think this is already working, and I think if everything goes well, it can only gain in traction.
Got it. Renzi, you want to add to this?
I'll give you a balanced view, right? And these two views are very opposite views, but very relevant, right? There are two things which is happening at this point of time. One, that many of the countries, especially in the European region, some in the Asia-Pacific regions and stuff, many of these places now, they do not have enough people. because many of the younger generation decided to be single or not have kids, right? I'm going to tell you that at this point of time, even if we are the highest population country, we are at an advantage because we have the talent here, right? So now many people are moving out because these countries are inviting them in because they don't have people for the core jobs, be it engineering, be it the medical side or any of those areas, right? So a lot of these countries are inviting these folks, especially in the Europe region. Now I'll tell you the other side of it is what is happening is the Ghar Wapsi thing, right? The number of opportunities that are there in India right now, it's much bigger and much better than any other place at this point of time, right? If we see the number of GCCs that are coming, almost 100 GCCs come here every year, right? In fact, with all these geopolitical changes, I'm going to tell you that it's going to be an advantage for India, right? Now, I head Sabre both as a MD and I'm also the HR leader for the APAC region, right? And I will tell you that now we have started getting calls from all these foreign universities saying that, we have students, do you want to hire them, right? They want to come back to India. There are a lot of students who are outside India who are reaching out, who are still doing their courses. They are reaching out saying that, I want to do internship and I want to do it in India and not in any other place, right? And they are studying somewhere abroad, right? There are a lot of professionals who have started inquiring about India. And the data is not positive yet, but it is going to become positive because this is where we are growing, not just the GCC part of it, but also from the startup ecosystem, the way we are growing, right? All the growth is happening here, right? So you will see things changing in a very different way, but we have to keep this in mind that what is causing what part of it, right? That is what we need to keep in mind when we are looking at the data.
Got it. Mr. Ashok, I think you handle some of the companies that are very hot today. Every country wants to lead in the electronics and semiconductor segment. But what is the gap here? I mean, do we have to, get a lot of talent from outside? Do we have the time to even skill those talent in India to lead in the semiconductor or electronics manufacturing?
The first thing I want to say is, the talent is the new geopolitical currency. The trend is now shifting. It used to be capital-driven globalization, which is moving towards the talent-driven geopolitical terrain. And because of various countries, the way they are putting up their restrictions, be for the export of the products or the people, there is a reshaping how the talent would flow. So that Ghar Wapsi, another thing, I will come back to it actually. Right now what we see is the knowledge control will become a strategic control going forward. And that's where the important topic for India actually. Knowledge control is going to become a strategic control. World is looking at somebody or some country which can provide the trusted talent ecosystem. Trusted talent ecosystem. I want to repeat the word. And beyond that, there is one particular topic which many people have heard, particularly from our industry, called supply chain resilience. This topic came up post-COVID era. I want to say that now, supply chain resilience is moving towards talent chain resilience. So, you see now, I have narrated what's going on. Now coming to the particularly sector in India, you asked whether we have talent and where is the gap. I think it's known. We have almost like 20% of the chip design engineering pool. And I'm not boasting, it's a fact. We are good in embedded software. We are good in the IT software. We are improving drastically on electronics manufacturing. Honorable Minister, Mr. Patil already just narrated how Karnataka is also taking a big leap over there. In addition to other states, we are already doing like 180 billion of electronics production, likely to reach $400 billion by 2030. So things are really changing. And as these things change, the talent requirement and the depth is also changing. I will give an example. Now, design, we are very good. I just narrated, and everybody is aware in this room most likely. But we are more talent design heavy, manufacturing light. From a semiconductor, what you asked for. And nothing wrong, because India never had a robust semiconductor manufacturing ecosystem. So we did not have a talent, and that remains one of the key bottleneck and a mismatch to be corrected. And it is getting corrected now. We have now totally, as I am counting, more than 16 semiconductor manufacturing projects announced in India. 10 of them are approved by ISM for the funding. 6 of them are by various state governments, including one the Honorable Minister Patil just mentioned, going to happen in Karnataka. And 2 projects are already in mass production, Micron and Keynes. 2 more will be in the mass production this year, CG Power and Tata, plus more by next year. So now what's happening is this is the positive spiral which is unfolding. Because these plants are operational, there are the people, some of the people have come from outside. Some Indian companies or Indian talent pool has been trained outside. The people went to Taiwan, people went to Malaysia, people went to Singapore or Japan, got trained, got back. So there is a train the trainer. This is where the talent gap is getting addressed. And we'd see that very soon there will be enough manufacturing related talent in the country, because in addition to these plants, those are operational, those are giving the opportunity for the people and on the job working. Several universities have started to install the laboratories and the pilot lines. Some of them are already operational. Few more would happen over the next 3 years. IES as an industry body and SEMI were already working with several institutes to create these R&Ds and manufacturing pilot lines. So this is how the talent gap is going to get addressed. So design side, we are very good. We are building further on that as a summary. We are going to continue. Manufacturing side, we are light today. Because of the plants, those are getting operational. We are building up the manufacturing talent base as well. And in a couple of years, we will see a majority difference over here.
Wonderful. I think talent and knowledge, like you mentioned, is the key strategic tool if you want to even be in the race, not just, win the race, even if you have to be in the race. Mr. Chandra, it's a great timing that we have you here. The India-UK FTA is getting concluded in a few days as we expected. So what does it mean? We hear a lot on trade, what is going to happen, tariffs, what is going to happen. But what does it mean for skilled professionals? What does it mean for talent? And how can both the countries ensure there is talent circulation instead of just, mere talent migration?
Really good question and a very loaded question. So let me try to answer that. So yes, the free trade agreement, as we all know, two very large economies came together, and these discussions went on for a while because, end of the day, what we really wanted with India was a trade deal that was comprehensive in the very sense of it. So, as some of you would have read, it runs into 20,000 pages. And for the very first time, this was a trade deal that where India and UK came together and said, let's agree and talk about all the topics. Let's not sweep things under the carpet. So for the first time, we have a chapter on business mobility. For the first time, we have a chapter on sustainability. For the first time, we have a chapter on gender equality. So we spoke about a lot of things, but at the core of it, as you rightly said, it's about tariffs, it's about ease of doing business, it's about increasing the bilateral trade, which is currently around 48 billion pounds and increasing by 25 billion pounds on a year-on-year basis over the next few years. That's the kind of impact that it has. But it's not just business, it's about people mobility as well. So, we are talking about business mobility. And just to put things in context and let these numbers, I'd say the audience here, let them appreciate these numbers because, we, for example, last year in 2025, the United Kingdom gave India almost 25% of the total visas that we give. So, almost upwards of 700,000 visas was given to India. Out of that, 550,000 were tourist visas, almost 100,000 student visas, and almost 25,000 business visas. So, the people mobility aspect is there, but as you rightly said, it's not just a churn of people. What we're trying to do is creating a lot of new initiatives. So we have a program called the Global Talent Task Force, wherein what we're trying to do is we want the best of skilled talent from across the world to make UK their home. And we are working towards that. We're trying to, and as some of my esteemed panelists did mention that, India is the, should I say, ground for, skilled talent because of the wonderful education institutions that are there, and you got that entrepreneurial zeal. You want to work on technology of the future, and UK and London and the wider United Kingdom offers you that opportunity. So we're working on a program like that. At the same time, India and the UK agreed on something called as Young Professionals Visa Scheme. This was a visa scheme that was launched 3 years ago. And as part of that, we have 3,000 visas given to Indian nationals, young Indian nationals, to go to the UK with no strings attached. It's a ballot visa that's given for people to go and experience the UK. And we want to work there, we want to study there, we want to play there. And so at the same time, what we are really keen to do is to get a lot of our British nationals and British youngsters to come and experience the real India and come and work here, come and experience the Indian way of working, the Indian technology that's in full force, making the world look at DPI, AI and stuff like that that's happening here. So we're working on that. So we're keen on getting a lot of British young professionals and young nationals to come to India and experience, as I said, the real India. And so FTA, people mobility, talent at the core of it. We're also talking a lot about, Ashok mentioned about semiconductors. That is a core component of something called as TSI that's been signed with 2 countries. So much happening around. And we have even Vision 2035, which is a 10-year roadmap agreed between the 2 prime ministers of where we want to be in the next 10 years. And again, an important chapter within that is mobility, is about people movement. And the final thing I want to say, because Minister Patil is here as well, Karnataka has been at the forefront of attracting not just, skilled talent and businesses, but we've got some wonderful UK universities who are coming to this part of the world. So we have Liverpool University, who is starting their campus later this summer here. We have Lancaster University coming here next year. We've got University of London, Birkbeck coming here. And all of them from a skill development perspective. We have Imperial College, who have a research center here. They've just tied up with CCamp for doing more research and innovation work. And not just universities, we get them young. We're getting British schools into India. We've got Harrow School here. We've got King's Canterbury coming here. So, so the narrative for me as the Deputy High Commissioner of the United Kingdom in Karnataka is this, that when I'm talking to a normal Bangalore family, I tell them that, you don't need to go to the UK actually. You got the best of British education talent available for you at your doorsteps. And then when you do all of that, you've got businesses like Tesco and London Stock Exchange and Rolls-Royce and Diageo looking to offer you opportunities to work here as well. So that's kind of, should I say, the new geopolitical talent strategy that Ashok was talking about. This is where we are headed towards.
Wonderful. That's a big positive, I think. So other 2 big factors that's moving geopolitics at work is also the rise of AI and the rise of GCCs. Anil, I'm going to come to you first. Why is AI equals layoffs? Is it not that AI is also kind of bringing remote work into place, global hiring into place? How do we see it in a positive eye, if you can?
See, we have a few markets to look at how in terms of AI jobs or trends, and I've been observing the US market quite closely in terms of job creation or job losses. I read that last year, 2025, there was a 5% increase in campus hires. Okay? All the top 10 funded companies, although a small number, added about 7,500 to 10,000 people. So there were a few people who, gave a forecast that a lot of job losses, and they painted a doomsday kind of picture. But many of them are, reconsidering their stance on this, and they're looking at really, is it the case? Of course, there will be job losses with every technological, breakthrough or transformation. There will be job losses. People have to keep reskilling themselves. But really, this needs to be looked at in closer or fine print to really understand if those are happening or these are just some statements amplified a number of times, maybe by media, maybe by platforms like Twitter and LinkedIn and so on. If you look at the Indian context itself, though of course IT services is the biggest employer, about 2.66 million people get employed in IT services alone. The hiring trend, of course, is quite muted there. The quarterly results have come. Even if there's an addition, it's just a marginal, addition. Compared to the heydays when 600,000 to about 1 million jobs used to get created in the IT sector. Surely there is a pause, but hiring still continues in key, areas, and the hard skills, continue to throw up new opportunities for people. But I think new jobs will get created for sure. Lot more businesses will get benefited out of AI because they will be able to afford technology and even resources which is out of bounds for them. So this is a great time for a lot of MSMEs, smaller businesses, to use technology for their benefit. All in all, it looks like a not so doomsday picture. A lot of them, as I said, are reconsidering their own older views on job losses. So it's yet to be seen. There's a lot of uncertainty, of course. But as far as my own business is concerned, we are in the business of matching, candidates to jobs. We haven't seen any major. We are a small company, although there are larger companies than us. We haven't seen any immediate trends. We think it could be a 5 to 10 year maybe horizon where many of the jobs could get changed or transformed, or job losses could happen. I don't see anything in the near future, at least from the place that I'm seeing this. So that's where I am.
Got it. So can I quickly come in on a sentence that I read while I was prepping up for this session today, which said that AI doesn't mean job loss. AI only means skill loss. So it's if we look at it from a skill perspective, and it's not just job losses, but and which then goes on to a larger point about there's a need for constant upskilling and reskilling yourself, which then makes you AI ready. So just wanted to share that.
Got it. Yeah. So from both of you here, from a GCC perspective, what is the ground reality? I mean, there is a rise of GCCs, of course, but what is the ground reality? Are you able to get the talent that you want in India, given that there are a lot of localization push? There is, countries going towards deglobalization. So what is your take?
Maybe I'll start this time. So I'll tell you that there is a lot of, whenever there is a big change, there's always a lot of negativity, right? In the sense that, when we had industrial revolution, information revolution, now it's AI revolution, and we humans tend to focus on the negative, right, instead of the positive, right? Whenever these things have come, what they have taken away from us is monotonous jobs, right, which can be done by a machine, and that is what is happening now also. Right? And it's not, at least for me, I don't think we need to worry about AI taking our jobs. AI is going to take jobs which are mundane jobs, right? But anytime there's a revolution which comes, it creates more jobs, and that's what we have seen in the past whenever such revolutions have happened, right? Now, the roles are definitely changed, right? I mean, we are in a city where we say that every fourth person is a software engineer, right? Earlier, we were hiring a software engineer who had to write neat code. He or she had to write a neat code. That's what the expectation of a software engineer is. Now the expectation is very different. The job description has changed because it's an AI tool which writes the code. What you need to see is it neat? Does it fit into my domain? I bring the domain knowledge. Does it fit into my company? What my company is looking for? The governance. So it's very different as a JD itself, even if the role name remains the same, right? So for me, there are a lot of jobs, and like he rightly said, I don't think I have seen anybody losing job because of AI. Companies will be using it as a way to shield whatever they are doing, but nobody has lost job to AI yet. Of course, there are people who are losing jobs because they are not upskilling, right? Because we are now in a place where we need to constantly keep upskilling, right? It's not a side activity anymore that whenever I have free time, I'll upskill. We have to constantly upskill. And if you don't upskill, you're going to lose your job. So AI is not losing. You're not losing job because of AI. You are losing job because you're not upskilling.
Wonderful. Mr. Subbarao?
I agree with what you said. And my a little bit fundamental view about this is that AI cannot take away jobs. It can only take away some contents, as you said, skill sets, etc., etc. There are other skill sets, there are other content that will come in. And we have to get, be aware of it, adopt it, adapt practices, and then move. That's my firm view. These days, it is very fashionable to look at org charts, in organizations where they say I have, let's say, a GNV who works for me and somebody else who works for me. And then the third one is an AI agent, and the fourth one is also an AI agent. So my question has always been that, have these agents come and replace somebody, or is it something that is new by itself? Always the answer has been, no, they haven't replaced a X or a Y. They have come in newly. And then the other aspect to this is that, how many times have all of us, I'm sure, got up in the morning and listed out our priorities? I'm sure a lot of us have big priorities, something which is more long-term, more creative. But when you look at the same list of tasks in the evening, you end up realizing that you haven't had time to address those not because of anything else, but because you were sucked up doing some routine drudgery work. Now, how many times is it that all of us have wished that, look, why can't somebody else take care of this and I do my pleasure, job, what I like? And I think AI is an answer to this. As it develops, it is going to be an answer to this. And I think we should also, there's another saying which I find very pertinent, and that is, we always tend to exaggerate what is in the short term and then downplay what comes in the long term. And I think the loss of job is one such thing. Everybody talks about it, it's become very fashionable, but when it'll always level out, in the long term. And I think we can all look forward to the days where we produce as much wealth as we produce today by working for 3 or 4 hours a day instead of these 10, 12 hours, and then, spoil our health and so many other things. We could also look at saying that, look, I work for 8 hours a day, but produce 2 times the wealth, because that is important. Wealth and happiness, I think, is important for the world, and not occupation, not the jobs, etc., etc. So if you look at it from that lens, I think it's a whole different world that we are looking at. And who knows, we may spend time, designing another life in another planet or something very exotic because we have time. And today we probably don't do it because we don't have time. We're always in the routine sphere. That's how I think we have to start looking at AI and its impact. And then the whole, the color of the thing changes.
All right, I think we are far beyond our time, but of course this is a loaded topic and it requires us to sit at a dinner and go on. But thank you so much. You can catch all of them off stage. But thank you so much, everyone. Great insights. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhavya, for steering that panel so beautifully, and thank you to all the panelists for that wonderful session and those insights. We are now headed to a very interesting session. Ladies and gentlemen, nations may be defined by boundaries, but their competitive edge is powered by a single engine, human talent, which was what our panel was all about. And now we must acknowledge that the future of work will not be shaped by metro cities alone. It will be built in India's towns, districts, and emerging enterprise hubs. And that is what our next session is all about, looking at things at a grassroots level. What promise does India have? We are now delighted to welcome Shashank Mani Sahab, entrepreneur and Member of Parliament Lok Sabha from the Deoria constituency. May I call on stage co-founders of Indiqube, Rishi Das and Meghna Agrawal, to please come on the stage for the felicitations.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। एंड ये बहुत मेरा सौभाग्य है कि मैं आप सभी के बीच में आज उपस्थित हूं। मैं एक छोटे से गांव बरपार से आता हूं और बरपार से बेंगलोर की दूरी तय करने में एक सूत्र है, वो है एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप का सूत्र। द थिंग विच कनेक्ट्स माय विलेज बरपार टू दिस ऑगस्ट हॉल is the idea of entrepreneurship. And in the next 10 odd minutes, I hope to walk you through three things. First, कैसे हम लोग अपने context को change करें, वहां जाएं जहां future of work will define the future of विकसित भारत. दूसरा, what are we doing in my constituency, which is a remote Lok Sabha on the eastern edge of Uttar Pradesh. And finally, I hope to invite some of you to this effort that we are making in that constituency, and I'm sure that some of you will rise to that challenge. I've called it Amrit Prayas, and the first piece is, where are we located? I'm located somewhere between Patna and Lucknow, and if you count up the population of these two states, you're talking about 370 million people. That's slightly above the United States of America. That's about 1/4 of India's population. So we are in the heartland of what I would say Indian humanities. And you could argue also in the heartland of politics. But why is this area so backward? ये कितना पिछड़ा क्यों है? इसलिए है क्योंकि यहीं पर क्रांतिकारी एक्टिविटी हुई थी। मेरे जिले के बगल में बलिया में मंगल पांडे ने पहली गोली 29 मार्च 1857 को चलाई थी और उसके बाद 90 साल तक इस क्षेत्र को दबाया गया, ऑलमोस्ट लॉकडाउन कर दिया गया। लखनऊ में कंटोनमेंट क्यों है? वहां तो कोई नेपाल नहीं, वहां तो कोई बर्मा नहीं, वहां तो कोई पाकिस्तान नहीं, अफगानिस्तान नहीं। इट्स ओनली बिकॉज फॉर 90 years आफ्टर दैट 1857 वॉर ऑफ इंडिपेंडेंस, एंड फॉर दोज यू नो, रानी लक्ष्मीबाई वाज ऑफ कोर्स फ्रॉम झांसी, बट शी वाज बोर्न इन पूर्वांचल, माय एरिया। सो दिस क्रांतिकारी क्षेत्र, एंड द डार्क आयरनी ऑफ इंडिया इज दोज वेरी regions which rebelled against the British are today poor. You go to Jharkhand, Birsa Munda, it's poor. You go to Santhal regions of Bengal, it's poor. So we need to do something as a corrective action to make sure that we don't ignore the heartland of India. And this district, which has a population of about 3 million, 30 lakh, it's a Lok Sabha which also takes care of two districts. One is Devariya, one is Kushinagar, where Buddha passed away. And the reason this region was targeted is because the heartbeat of India also, in my view, resides there. Buddha Bhagwan passed away in Kushinagar. Two of my Vidhan Sabhas are in Kushinagar. You talk about Kabir, he roamed through that area. Talk about Ramchandra ji, Ayodhya is not far away. You talk about Valmiki, he's from my constituency, he's adjoining. Talk about Aryabhat, who about 300 years before Kepler talked about the earth rotating on its axis, Magadh प्रांत के थे. ये हमारी हार्टलैंड था. जब अंग्रेजों ने समझा कि इस हार्टलैंड से ही विद्रोह की भावना आएगी तो उसको तबाह करने के लिए बहुत काम किया. And then this is symptomatic of 240 such districts across the country. What I call middle of diamond India. And for that reason I'm carrying my book. It's a book published by Penguin called Middle of Diamond India, National Renaissance Through Participation and Enterprise. And it busts the theory that C.K. Prahlad said, which is bottom of the pyramid. Bottom of the pyramid got disappeared about 20 years back. There are more people in tier 2 and tier 3 districts than there are at the bottom. There are 400 million poor, there are 200 million rich, but of the 1.4 billion, there are approximately 800 million, which is about 10% of global humanity, who are neither rich nor are they poor. ये अब आज की तारीख में ऐसा नहीं कि अपने पैर पे नहीं खड़े हो सकते हैं. एंड दैट इज वाई, जो मैंने अपनी किताब में कहा, मैं यहां कहना चाहता हूं, इस भारत को उठाने के लिए सरकार को एक इनेबलिंग रोल प्ले करना पड़ेगा. जो मैंने अपने वक्तव्य में कहा, उसको जामवंत बनना पड़ेगा. कहां रीच पद सुन हनुमाना, का चुप साध रही बलवाना, पवन तनय बल पवन समाना, बुद्धि विवेक विज्ञान विधाना. When Jamban tells Hanuman, you have everything in you, you just have to rise up. That's the process that we are thinking about of enablement. How do we enable? The good news is that before I got elected to my parliament, I'd already done some homework. So I had created a national movement called Jagrati Yatra. Some of you are here from Yatra itself. We have been doing this for the last 18 years. हम लोग 525 लोगों को एक ट्रेन में पूरे देश का भ्रमण कराते हैं और उन उद्यमियों से मिलाते हैं जो भारत को बना रहे हैं. हम अरविंद आई केयर जाते हैं, हम यहाँ पर ISC जाते हैं, हम श्रीहरिकोटा जाते हैं, हम बहरामपुर जाते हैं, हम देवरिया जाते हैं, हम नालंदा जाते हैं. देवरिया एकमात्र जगह है मेरी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी में, अंडर द शेड ऑफ अ banyan tree, a photograph of which I'll show you. We create a very, very important assembly in my own district. Then we go to Delhi, then Tilonia, then Sabarmati, back to Mumbai. It's the largest train journey of its kind in the world. It's been going for 18 years, and we have created about 9,500 to 10,000 leaders. Some of them are in this room who have taken this journey of entrepreneurship. But what we also did, कि हमारे 10 जिले हैं मेरे देवरिया के आसपास, गोरक्ष प्रांत में, संत कबीर नगर, महाराजगंज, गोरखपुर, बलिया, आजमगढ़, इसमें भी हम लोगों ने नेटवर्क ऑफिसेस खोले हैं. और जो आपको राइट हैंड साइड में देख रहा है, ये मेरे गांव में है. मैं एक छोटे से गांव से आता हूं, बरपार. उसी में एक बहुत बड़ा वटवृक्ष है, बड़ के पार, और उसी के साथ मिलकर हमने 10 जिलों में करीब 4-5 साल से हम काम कर रहे हैं. इसकी पॉपुलेशन 36 million, which is half the population of Karnataka. That's the size of UP, 240 million. So that's why we have taken this attempt to say, how do we create this kind of revolutionary work here? That's the context. Now let me tell you what we are trying to do. In my constituency, if we don't do anything, it has been growing for 5.7% GDP. It has approximately a $2 billion GDP right now. If you ask many parliamentarians as to what the GDP is, you'll probably find a blank face. But I think the 5.7% growth is not enough for Viksit Bharat. I got elected not on a platform of caste, not on a platform of dharma. I went to the voters to say, I will make Viksit Bharat come alive in my district. If the Prime Minister is doing it across the country, if the Honorable Chief Minister is doing it across Uttar Pradesh, it's my duty to make sure that I make it happen in my district. And that's exactly what we are doing. अगर हम आज देखें, FY24 जब हमने इस प्लान को बनाया था, मेरे इलेक्शन के करीब 6 महीने बाद, तो हम लोग करीब 2 बिलियन थे. कुछ ना करें तो 3.5 बिलियन पहुंच जाएंगे. लेकिन अगर हमें 4.8 बिलियन जाना है, तो हमें करीब 1.5 बिलियन की बढ़त चाहिए. But more important, and more important for this audience, is the work. Outside of agriculture, we plan to create 1.7 lakh jobs, which are not necessarily jobs which are just in agriculture. I'm leaving agriculture to the side for a minute. Also, we need to make it environmentally sustainable. I have a center of excellence on bioregionalism here, which is looking at how do we make sure that our footprint is not there. देवरिया में और बरपार में environmental problem ये नहीं कि बहुत प्रदूषण हो रहा है, उसको घटाना है. वहां तो वैसे भी per capita emission बहुत कम है. तो उसको उसी तरह से हम लोग लेके कार्बन माउंटेन को क्राइम ना करें और फिर नीचे ना जाएं. We should have to drill through the carbon mountain. And the last thing is relevant for today's audience, human potential. मैं वहां अगर सांसद हूं, नाली, बिजली, सड़क, ट्रांसफार्मर जला हुआ है, थाने में कोई बंद हुआ है, इसके लिए हर दिन सुबह मेरे से लोग मिलने के आते हैं और मैं 1 घंटा बैठता ही हूं, अनिवार्य है, बैठता हूं. लेकिन यदि इतने पे ही सीमित रहूंगा तो जो ह्यूमन पोटेंशियल मेरे क्षेत्र में है, जो 30 लाख लोगों की ह्यूमन पोटेंशियल है, उसको मैं अगर जगा दूं तो कितना फायदा होगा. And I was listening to the conversation on AI, and I believe that we need to look at AI in a very different sense. How do we release human potential? We shouldn't go the way that Western capitalism has taken, which is the North Star there is, मैं कैसे इसको automate करूं ताकि लोग गायब हो जाएं, मैं इस efficiency बढ़ाऊं. हमारे यहाँ we need to have a more meaningful, and I have created a thesis on that called Humanist AI. And if you want to know more about it, we are creating an institute in Mumbai called Middle of Diamond Institute, which will do more research on that. How do we do that? We have 6 pillars. The first 3 pillars are what I call essentially reform. Not much to do. Agriculture में 10% है. वो जो 1.5 billion GDP का extra. हमने MSME में, जिसमें मेरा बहुत बड़ा हुनर है, 18 साल से यही कर रहा हूं. How do we promote entrepreneurship in small towns and districts? Malti Yadav, who has got 100 women who are working for her because she's making achar. There's a lady who's doing terracotta. मूंछ पे बहुत काम हो रहा है. Third is getting in low skill manufacturing. अभी बहुत बड़ी skilling नहीं हो पाएगी. I'll come to that. Which is how do we make sure non-leather shoe manufacturing, apparel and other things. Fourth is slightly outside, which is how do we get big hospital chains, tourism. Buddha Bhagwan passed away there. If any other country in the world had the Buddha passing away in a district, they would have created a $2 billion industry. हमारे यहाँ उल्लू बोल रहे हैं वहाँ पर. So how do we make sure that we get that going? It's very critical that we have this kind of effort over a period of 10 years. ये 1-2 साल का नहीं होगा. I'll have to get re-elected another time to get this whole program on the way, which is also the reason that the first 3 pillars are the most important, because from my political perspective, that's where the votes are. Then you go to the right-hand side of this and you talk about export of manpower, IT, GCC. I know there was a talk about GCC going to tier 2 districts. I believe that over the next 10 years we can get some of them to tier 3 districts. And finally, जो मेरा एक सब्जेक्ट है क्योंकि मैं एरोस्पेस डिफेंस और स्पेस का लीडर था, मैंने इसमें काफी काम किया है, इसीलिए मैं थोड़ा यहाँ पर हूँ भी बैंगलोर में। हम लोग क्या कर सकते हैं कि हम लोग डिफेंस इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स में भी करें, वो 5-10% रहेगा, लेकिन अगले 10 साल में अगर हम लोग शिफ्ट नहीं करें एग्रीकल्चर से तो हम सब एग्रीकल्चर में ही फंसे रहेंगे। एंड देयरफॉर I think we need to do a lot more. There are 4 enablers. Expand air railways. We are looking at a township, urbanization, digital first, and some anchor capabilities. And of course, there are ancillary industries. I won't bore you too much with this. What is important, though, is to say that this requires serious investment also. We believe that over the next 10 years, it's $2 billion, which is a rounding error for this country now. And for a nation, or my constituency, which is the size of Qatar, it's bigger than Qatar. This is not something that we can do. I think, मेरे हिसाब से आज की तारीख में अगर आपके पास एक वैल्यू प्रोपोजिशन है तो पैसा आएगा, उसमें कुछ हम लोग को प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजमेंट के लिए चाहिए, कुछ लोग यहाँ पर इंटरेस्टेड है उसको सपोर्ट करने के लिए, तो उसमें भी हमारी सपोर्ट करी, कई लोग यहाँ पर बैठे हैं जिन्होंने सपोर्ट भी किया है। एंड वी आर गेटिंग ग्रांट फंडिंग, बैंक फंडिंग, प्रोजेक्ट फंडिंग एंड सॉवरेन फंडिंग। दिस इज अ small piece of thing which I wanted to mention in the context of workplace. We are creating an extension of देवरिया। देवरिया को नया देवरिया बनाना ज्यादा आवश्यक है बनस्पत की मुंबई को शंघाई बनाना। अगर देवरिया को नया देवरिया बनाएंगे, आजमगढ़ को नया आजम बढ़ाएंगे, शिमोगा को नया शिमोगा बनाएंगे, तब जाके हमारे देश की असली व्यवस्था डिसेंट्रलाइज होगी। और कोविड ने दिखा दिया है कि हमारी जनता बहुत बड़े शहरों को ट्रस्ट नहीं करती है, वो मजबूरी से आती है। मैं नहीं कहता हूं कि बेंगलोर में और लोग नहीं आने चाहिए, लेकिन मेरे हिसाब से जो मैं ट्रैफिक जैम यहां देखता हूं, अगर हम लोग जर्मैनिक मॉडल ऑफ अर्बनाइजेशन ले जाते, जर्मनी में बहुत बड़े शहर नहीं है, ये तो हम यूएस वाला मॉडल नाप तोल के आ गए। यहां पर यूएस में सब लोगों ने उनको हटा ही दिया, बड़े बड़े शिकागो में ले गए, न्यूयॉर्क में ले गए, इसमें ले गए। इफ यू गो टू उत्तर प्रदेश, देयर आर एटलीस्ट 10 cities which are not particularly big. It's a bit like Germany. You have Cologne, you have Düsseldorf, you have other things. The only big city is Berlin. So we have one big city which is Lucknow and one big city which is Kanpur. But otherwise there's Gorakhpur, there's Varanasi, there's Meerut. There is these cities which are tier 2 districts. So I would invite us to re-examine the way we are urbanizing. And here I have a specific request, and I know Indiqube is also a partner to this conference. How do we design workspaces here? And one of the things I'll just tell you, coincidentally this morning I had a call with somebody, मैं IT दिल्ली का छात्र रहा हूँ, एक IT दिल्ली के मेरे जूनियर हैं, उनसे आज सुबह मैं बात कर रहा था, वो कैलिफोर्निया में है। वो ये बोल रहे थे कि सर मुझे अगर 3-4 महीने की मोहलत मिले तो मैं तो यहाँ पर निरस बैठा हूँ, मुझे वहां पर आके काम करने में बहुत मजा आएगा। ही इज नाउ फाइनेंशियली वेरी सिक्योर, ही इज क्लोज टू $1 billion ऑफ नेटवर्थ। तो मैंने बोला मैं आपके लिए और आप जैसे आईटीएंस के लिए इसमें ही एक छोटा सा शहर बना दूंगा। You guys come there for a period of time. So I think attracting talent back is very, very important. And by the way, I can say this publicly, maybe we shouldn't be quoting this, but he got approached by a Chinese company 3 times because he's an AI expert, saying, can you please come and take citizenship of China? Knowing fully well that he's a green card holder, he's an Indian citizen. This is how aggressive our neighbor is in attracting talent. And we need to make sure that we create not just platforms to attract them, but also give them places like this, which actually get them here and keep them here. And I also believe that while Bangalore is a hotbed of attraction, there would also be some of these other areas that we need to get talent going to, because this is where 800 million people live. If we don't do this, we will not have an inclusive society. If we don't have an inclusive society, an extension of Brexit and an extension of what happened in the United States will happen. The middle will rebel. And in democracy, we can't do that. China can do it. We can't do it. So inclusion is very, very critical. And this is one reason I'm appealing many of you, which is my last point, to come and help me. I'm the only सांसद जो अभी लोकसभा में है, जो आईआईटी दिल्ली का है। कोर आईआईटीज में मैं ही हूं। एक और हैं रुड़की के, कांग्रेस में है, मैं ही एक हूं। मैंने इतना अच्छा प्लान बनाया है, तो आप सभी से मैं अपील करना चाहता हूं कि आप इसमें आके मिलिए जुलिए। ये मेरा केंद्र है, मेरे गांव का है। इसमें आप लोग नेक्स्ट अपनी जो ऑफ साइट होती है, जाके गोवा में वाइन सिप करना सबके लिए बोरिंग हो गया। मैं भी कर रहा था, मैं भी सीनियर पार्टनर था एक कंसल्टिंग फर्म में। उसको छोड़िए, यहां पर आइए, experience the real India. We put you in touch with entrepreneurs there. Go out there and listen to it. There's a beautiful river called Narayani. Explore that. And I think then you will be in real touch with India. Get your children to go to these places. Your children are fed up of being with Nani and Dada in these big cities. Let them explore the real India. Of course, with my train journey also you can do that. But this is the challenge that I'm throwing at you, that come to my district. We've already got a number of people who are part of this initiative, which is we are calling Devariya Development Alliance. And this is where we are working not just in this one district, but in the 10 districts. And this is where if you want to set up something which can look at UP and Bihar, then my district is open for business. We have created an ease of business office, which will also make sure that we don't get the usual hassles that some of the smaller districts throw at you. हम लोग बहुत professional हैं. सब चीज़ तो नहीं कर पाएंगे जैसे बड़े शहरों में होता है, लेकिन हमारा अभ्यास रहेगा, हमारी जान रहेगी. और ये मेरा बैनियन ट्री है. ये मेरे गांव में है. इसका नाम है बरगद के पार मेरा गांव है. उसमें आप सभी आमंत्रित हैं. मेरा ईमेल भी नोट कर लीजिए, shashank2@gmail.com. जिसको मुझे लिखना है, संपर्क करना है, आपको वहां पर विजिट करना है. डोंट टेक माय वर्ड फॉर इट. कम देयर, विजिट माय कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी, विजिट माय एरिया and take part in what I think is a very necessary revolution for this country, which is building a great nation middle up. It's about time we focused on the real people, because if we do not have an inclusive growth formula, we will not succeed in creating Viksit Bharat, and this is the last opportunity. One shot at this. Some of you may have heard Eminem's song, there's one shot at this. Because in the next 15 to 20 years, what is happening today to China will happen to us. And coming generation, आने वाली पुश्तें हमें माफ नहीं करेंगी, क्योंकि हमारे पास अपॉर्चुनिटी थी, और अगर हम लोग बैठ गए और इसको नहीं लिया, तो मेरे हिसाब से हम लोग को आगे बढ़ना चाहिए. और मैं थोड़ा सा प्रोटेस्ट करना चाहूंगा. एक पैनलिस्ट ने बोला कि सर वर्क करने से बहुत मुश्किल होती है, एआई से हम कम करें. ऐसा कुछ नहीं होता है. वर्क प्रोवाइड्स इकोनॉमिक अपॉर्चुनिटी, इट ऑल्सो प्रोवाइड्स मीनिंग इन लाइफ. And I think this is also important. When you think about the future of work, we need to think about meaning in life. And meaning in life comes from productive work. And if you want to discover more about that, read my book, but also Nobel laureate who I know very well, called Edmund Phelps and Deen Dayal Upadhyay. Both of them have talked about the same thing in different contexts. Mass flourishing of Edmund Phelps talks about how human flourishing is at the essence of a dynamic society. Dynamic society is not that which has huge technology. मैं भी technologist हूँ. टेक्नोलॉजी से इतना नहीं होता जितना कि हर व्यक्ति में क्षमता दी जाए कि मैं कुछ उठ के कर सकता हूं. जब वो उठ के करने वाला होता है, दैट इज द डायनेमिज्म दैट यू नीड इन एनी सोसाइटी सो यू कैन क्रिएट अ ग्रेट नेशन. थैंक यू वेरी मच. माय टाइम इज अप. 3 minutes बैक. थैंक यू वेरी मच.
You would have heard Shashank sir talk about this. This is a very different kind of politics and very different kind of work he's doing. I met him a few months back through Sandeep Singhal, who runs Westbridge, and we are supporting a lot of his initiatives because this is the kind of politics which our country requires. And I will be very happy if some of you can follow him, the kind of work he is doing. And he's, of course, the time was limited, but if you see, we are talking about future of jobs here, and what sir has been doing is micro entrepreneurship at a mass scale, which is creating a lot of jobs for the middle of diamond India, which if you see is these people are not asking for the free ration. These people have aspirations. A lot of people who work in our homes, the security guards, the housekeeping staff, they want respect, they want support, but they don't want our bhik, or basically the alms, as we say. So thank you very much for listening to him, and thank you, sir, for taking out time here.
Thank you for your support.
Absolutely, very well said, Rishi. there. बरगद के उस पार एक ऐसा यूनिक मॉडल है जिसे दूसरे शहरों और कस्बों तक पहुंचाया जा सकता है. Opportunity is there, it needs to be captured. We must reach out to the aspirational that also exist in the non-metros of India. What a wonderful, compelling address. Well, now we move on and we talk about how the workplace of future must do more than function. It must energize, inspire, and sustain. To moderate a session on creating healthy and sustainable workplaces, please welcome back on stage Chandra. Chandra Srikanth, Executive Editor, Technology and Startups Moneycontrol. And of course, joining her are distinguished panelists, Rishi, CEO and co-founder Indiqube, Ravindra Pai, MD, Century Real Estate, and V. Naresh Narasimhan, Managing Partner, Venkatraman Associates. All yours.
a very unenviable position because after that power pack presentation by Shashank Mani, we have to catch up to that. But after us, there's going to be a power pack performance by Bishwa Kalyan Rath.
Absolutely.
So between a power pack presentation and a power pack stand-up. But we'll try to make this as interesting as possible. Before we talk about creating healthy and sustainable workspaces, let's find out how much we actually use workspaces today. How many of you go to office 5 times a week? Show of hands. Okay. Rishi, you go every day. Okay. Okay, I think I'll also put up my hand. My bosses might be somewhere watching this. How many of you go 4 times a week? 4 times. Okay. Thrice a week? Twice a week? Once a week? How many of you don't go to office like every week? Maybe you go once a month. Okay, there are also people like that. Great. He was very hesitantly putting up his hand. We won't report you to HR, don't worry. So, how do you is workspace still important, Rishi? Because you can see, one wouldn't have asked this question 5 years ago. But, even 3 years after COVID, nobody wants to go to office every day, unlike you maybe. But, because that's become the new normal. People are comfortable working from where they are. Plus, they don't want the added stress of coping with traffic and pollution, and because it also creates a lot of rage on the streets. So how do you then design a workspace that will bring employees to work? Is that a priority for corporates, or do they just want 10 seats, 20 seats that employees can use when they need a meeting or something like that? How has the client view of workspace changed?
The client view has completely changed. I must say that, if you look at workspaces, used to be more of an admin function, and to some extent, HR may on and off get involved. But when COVID happened, I'm sure most of the country manager or CEOs on their desk had one metric every day: कि आज कितने लोग office आए. And then obviously the next question was, what can we do more to get them back to work? And so from suddenly being an enabling function, it became a mainline function from the CEO's desk. And as a result, it was not just about real estate, because today, if you look at offices, you are competing with multiple things. You are competing with cafes, you are competing with the kitchen in your house to the dining table, you are competing with another nice co-working place which may be near to your home. So essentially, you have to make your office a lot more meaningful. And that is where what we started finding, that the focus on experience started becoming very, very critical over there. That what more can I do in terms of benefits, in terms of accessibility to offices. For example, companies have now started looking at multiple offices within Bangalore. A North Bangalore guy, they know, will not go to South Bangalore, 2 hours of commute. So go closer to where your talent is. Then provide a lot of amenities like food, transport, all of that, and then recreation, wellness, all of that has started becoming a lot more integral. So workspaces completely, I must say, have become a lot more premiumized than what they were in a pre-COVID environment. And all these things is what we at Indiqube are looking at doing. So our big focus is that who is our customer? Our customer is our customer's employee. And anything that can improve the outcome for the employee, because that's the hero of the story, we should be doing all of that. So that's the centricity we are looking at doing. Yeah.
Got it. As a real estate developer, what kind of challenges does this throw up for you in terms of the demand for office space or the kind of office space that people wanted? Like Rishi said, the paradigm has completely shifted. They want the workspace to be more meaningful. How does that impact you?
So I think, first of all, a little jealous to see people raising the hand for only going to work for 1 or 2 days. And Naresh was saying 6 days, and the people like going for one day. I think it's amazing. You're right. The kind of work has evolved. But if I have to look at Bangalore as a city, I think while hybrid work is taken on a lot of momentum, the demand for office is very, very strong. Last year we did, I think, close to about 14 million square feet of net absorption in Bangalore, which is, I think, almost about a quarter of the leasing in Bangalore. There's almost total leasing was close to, I think, about 28 million square feet. So the point I'm making is that while hybrid work has taken on momentum, I think the office demand continues to be very strong. But I think the discussion has really moved from earlier when the discussion would be more on flow plate efficiency, or rental economics, what is the location. I would call these like hygiene issues, I think that is really moved away to what Rishi was talking about, like employee experience, collaboration, sustainability. I think these things have become very, very critical now from an employer's mindset. So from a developer perspective, I think it's important that we put out products over there which sort of make employees want to come to work rather than, being forced to come to work. So what do we do? I mean, what are the amenities that we can sort of build into the workspace? While I think the hygiene issues such as good daylight, and I'm sure Naresh will talk about all of these things, air quality, ESG, all these are critical. But I think it's also important from a development, what are the other things that we bring in into the development from an amenity perspective? It could be fitness, it could be wellness, it could be, outdoor spaces, biophilic landscape. It could be so many of the other things that are now important for us to sort of present to them, to the tenant rather than just the building.
Got it. So your perspective. Your perspective.
See, I come from a slightly older background, as you can tell. I come from the time when offices meant cubicle farms. Right? There's a huge amount of beige-colored cubicles and people hiding inside, working on what I would call paperweights. So I have seen a dramatic shift in what has happened. Right? When people say they don't like to go to work, what they mean is they don't like to go and sit in a cubicle and with a little desktop computer with a L-shaped table. Or nowadays maybe, many offices that I see now, they look like poultry farms. Long desks with a lot of chickens going. The thing is that I think people have to understand that the nature of work has changed. Right? It is an age of more equity in the workplace. Even now, today I was just looking at the audience, and I was saying that, can all the women in the audience put up their hands? Look at that. It's not even 10%. So it's an equity issue in India. And I think that more and more, workplaces from a design perspective should really address the issue of inclusivity, of disability access, of, including more people in the workplace. Even in small things like, if you look at, it was brought home to me recently that you do these things without thinking. There are standards to follow when you do office space design. And you'll always find a long queue outside the women's restroom. And the men will go in a breeze in and out. Have you noticed that everywhere? And design hasn't still caught up with women. The toilets for women are designed with the same size as men. But unfortunately, you can't do that. You have to, even in such a small issue like that. So we are seeing that. And two, we are seeing also that, more than just greenwashing, the whitewashing equivalent of sustainability. Right? And everybody, if I hear that word one more time this year, I'm going to scream. Somebody says sustainability to me,
That's why
people don't really understand what that word means anymore. It means that you are able to create a sustainable practice in work itself. Not just the environment. It's also the responsibilities of the employer to be able to change with changing times and be able to create a workplace which actually that you want. Some of us had the luck in our childhood to go to a school that we wanted to go to school to. And we would consider that staying at home, most of the time people want to stay at home and bunk school. But some of us had great schools. Sometimes I wonder why offices are not thought of like that. Why don't you make an office that, what Ravi pointed out just now, saying that people want to go to. And lastly, I would make the point that, the other point that I hear, particularly in the Gen Z crowd, they want work-life balance, but they want it the other way around. Mostly life, a little bit of work balance. And if you take the work home and sit in a WFH environment, that is not balance, that is disaster. There are two separate things in life called work, which involves a different dynamic with your team. And there's a different dynamic when you go home, which involves being with your family and maybe close friends. And I think the attempt to collapse the two is not going to last. I think it's a passing fad. And I see, as an architect, as Ravi pointed out, and as Rishi pointed out, that the demand for office space is actually increasing dramatically, in spite of what you might think. So people think, I think it is a good thing to come together, to collaborate, to create office spaces where collisions, serendipitous collisions happen, ideas come. The meeting room as a concept is dead. The conference room is over. You really have to create spaces in which people can get together, and particularly this difficult generation called Gen Z, and slowly already getting replaced by some Gen A types already. And we don't know, that's an unknown quantity. We just figured out a little bit about Gen Z, but you see this kind of design push that they want more informality in work environments and not structures, physical structures as well as corporate structures, which are very rigid.
Got it. Rishi, that's an interesting paradox that I think Ravi and Sir highlighted, that even as there is a massive push for hybrid work and work from home, office space demand has only been going up, and Bangalore has sort of been leading the charge on that. What explains, the sort of paradox in that trend?
So if we answer it purely from a demand perspective, I think it is, at this point of time, global capability centers. About 50 to 60% of the spaces are getting absorbed by them.
By GCCs.
By GCCs. And GCCs, we should not confuse that they are only the Fortune 500s. A $5 billion company in US could also have an offshore development center. That's what we used to call 15 years back. Of course, now we are doing a lot more diverse work. We have started calling them GCCs. So that is what is leading the charge, followed by the startups typically, and then a lot of mid-cap IT. For example, and another factor what has happened is that if you look at the mid-cap IT, I will not name the companies, but they were mostly lopsided to one city. Somebody was Pune headquartered, somebody was Bangalore headquartered. But post-COVID...
Like Persistent, was it
yes,
Pune
yeah.
only?
So you named it. But if you look at, say, Persistent or Mindtree kind of companies, they were not like TCS, which were present in every state capital. But now, as I said, that the work is going where people are. By that theory, they are looking at setting up 400 people, 500,000 people centers. And it is becoming a lot more democratized over there. So these are the things which I will say are fueling basically the office spaces at this point of time. The other thing is there is a clear premiumization happening. So today, if you look at, for example, India has 1 billion square feet of office space. Now, 50% of this office space is more than 10 years old. And about 50% space is non-green. Now today, if you are a GCC of any standard or a listed company, you invariably will like to go to a green building. Or you would like to go into an upgraded building and not to just, of course, sustainability, as Naresh rightly said, was more of a fact, but it is going beyond that nowadays. So people want to go to better quality office spaces. So there is a rebadging happening and demand for premium spaces is clearly on a high.
Got it. Ravi, since we are talking about future of work, take us through the future of workspace. When you're working, I don't know, in an AI company or a company that wants to deeply invest in AI, how does that have an impact on the workspace itself? Fewer seats, leaner teams, how will that sort of have an impact? Because you're already talking about how, 5 people can do what 35 people used to do.
Well, I think I don't want to venture into predicting what AI is going to do, but I think even the gentleman before us spoke about it. I think we have to look at AI as an enabler. I don't think we have to look at it as it's going to be a cost-cutting. 5 people is going to become 1 person. Rather, how are the 5 people going to produce more? How are they going to be more productive, using AI as a tool? So I think at least that is optimism that I carry, that this in fact is going to drive more workspace rather than sort of cutting on the workspace, One point I maybe just want to add to what Rishi mentioned is that there's also been a sort of a demand, a latent demand because of COVID. A lot of people may have put off their requirement to sort of really take up more space, because people were, in hybrid mode, so they didn't really feel the need for more office space. But I think what the last 2-3 years has taught everybody is that collaboration is very, very critical. You can do just that much from sitting from home, but collaboration is important. It's important to get people to come back to the, offices, and hence I think the demand has really gone up. From our perspective, the way we look at it is that we don't want to look at these workplaces as a standalone building. It's not just an asset or just a building that is standing there, but how do we create an ecosystem around the building? And some of it, some of the points we did speak about earlier, how do we put in sort of F&B there? How do we put in wellness there? How do we sort of create a great after work life, for the employees. So I think it's important to think of it in terms of from a tenant perspective. How is he going to sort of attract talent, retain talent, and make the talent more productive? I think that is very, very critical, or that is a challenge as a developer that we need to keep in mind while sort of planning for new buildings.
Got it. Mr. Narasimhan, traditionally, even pre-AI, pre-COVID, MNCs always seem to have a better design aesthetic when it came to workspaces. I mean, even way back in 2005, 2007, people used to talk about the amazing Google campus in Hyderabad and, all the amenities that they would have for employees. I think SAP opened their flagship campus in Bangalore, which kind of looks like a 5-star hotel, the one in Whitefield. Have Indian companies caught up to that design aesthetic or the amenities that MNCs seem to have when they construct campuses?
Not only caught up, way surpassed it. If you look at some of the companies, Indian companies which are producing workspaces now, I would rate them much higher than what any MNC can do. It cannot be just superficial features like, you get free cookies or
free food
or,
gym and all that. Yeah.
The side story is that if you give too many free cookies and free chocolates, you also get a lot of free rats in the workspace, which creates another problem of its kind. But really speaking, to take off from what Ravi mentioned, the work day for most people, right, does not begin at a desk like it used to. Right? It begins at their doorstep. Because if you don't figure out where a company is located, and I think Indiqube is a classic example of product market fit in that they know how to put it in the right place. And where they locate is as much important as what they do for a living. And you have to really look at, people have mobility stress, people have this unpredictability about going to office. All these are causing this pushback against, and, companies have to start thinking like urban planners. Not just, and they have to come up with an entire strategy how the workplace wellness is addressed both from an employee perspective as well as from a business perspective, and make sure that it's not just a facile issue of high quality finishes or fancy coffee or fancy meals in the restaurant, but the entire ecosystem, if they think it through, and many Indian companies are doing that. Companies, our own homegrown companies, like Infosys or Wipro and all, are still great places to work.
Yeah.
And you will also know that you will find that these kind of buildings, people want to go to work. So I think the message to corporate India is that I think invest more in your people and think through the entire experience, not just including the last mile, the first mile, every single thing, and also invest a little bit. I would request that. I know that we have a lot of complaints in Bangalore about the state of public infrastructure. I've been involved in a few projects to make that all right. It's not that easy as it seems, but if each company itself takes the responsibility saying, okay, everybody asks me, how do I start? How do I deal with government? They're all very difficult people to deal with. There's an elephant in the room. Now there is a herd of elephants in the room, etc., etc. And what do? But at least there is a footpath right outside your own campus, right? There's an open space right outside. Fix that. That's all. I mean, little bits like that will go a long way just to make your employee experience better. And let me tell you that this is where design meets cognitive neuroscience. This is where it meets behavioral psychology. It's not architecture. If you create a better quality of space, you will find that people are more motivated to look after it, use it better, and also be more productive and make you all more money in whatever you guys do in that building.
Great insights. Thank you very much. And I think a couple of points in particular that companies need to think like urban planners and not just, acquire land and build wherever it is. And I think what you said also, resonated what companies in Bangalore have been doing. Infosys, for example, I think played a critical role in the metro station and I think their metro directly goes into the campus. So I think those kind of initiatives could certainly help. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Chandra. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Sure. Thanks very much, Rishi.
Thank you, Naresh. Thank you, Ravi. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
What an amazing wrap to this session and to our evening as well. Thank you for those.